Oh man. Okay. I don't know if can I be heard right now? Good. My mic's working. That's the wrong button. There we go. I don't know if anybody's here. I feel like absolute dog shit right now. Oh, hey, Necron. Y'all can hear me. Cool. Good to know. Sorry, I got started way late today. I know I've said this before. One of the side effects of, oh, I need to dry off my palate. No. One of the side effects of one of my medications is nausea. And so I was given some time for my meds to kick in. And they've kind of started. I'm feeling it a little bit less. I might need to double it up with another med. Another weird side effect, and I think it's just a me side effect, is that it kicks up my my sinus drainage. Yeah, I need to back this up with another med. Microphone, stop moving. So yeah, it kicks up my sinus drainage, which helps to contribute to the nausea. I'm sure you understand. I'm gonna back that up with another med real quick. I'll be right back. We're not even ready to start anyways. So. Sorry about that. So yeah, it's not like a sickness or anything. And after a while, after I get going, it will it'll fade. It'll fade after a while. So we're getting started on Prosecutor number 3 today. I say getting started. I already kind of obviously started. Oh, and Necron, in regards to like the cancel, like delaying is usually enough. Like I usually try to sleep in the middle of the day sometimes before stream so that I can be better prepared for stream. And whenever I woke up, it was just like, oh, like I said, it's a side effect of my weekly injection, and it's usually just a Friday issue. And again, if I take certain medications, it handles it fairly well. I just have to remember to take all of them. That's all. So I'll be fine in probably 30 to 45 minutes, if I'm being honest. So we should be okay to go. I don't know how much I'm gonna get done today, because I didn't really come in with a plan. But let's face it, I never do go I tried reset. Can y'all stop with the emails? I tried changing up the ad schedule, and what it did was it was gonna run like 15 seconds of ads every like 5 minutes. I don't know what the fuck that bug was. So I went back to the 3 minutes every hour. And the bot should still notify us a minute before that's supposed to happen. At least it says it will. I don't know if it actually will. I'm still wary of this bot. But hey. So y'all haven't seen, because I have not posted photos yet. Here is Prosecutor number 2. All done. I think he looks pretty decent. But yeah, I have not posted photos of him yet. I'll probably be posting photos after stream. I have them taken, I have them edited. I just have not had the chance to upload them yet. So, yeah. Just a suggestion to have max amount of stream with max as I experienced. And what? What did you just say to me? I don't. What? So you're saying you're down with the 3 minutes every hour? Is that what you're saying? Is 3 minutes every hour is fine? I don't know if that's what you're trying to tell me. It also allows me to like go to break once an hour and like get up and walk around. So that is a little bit nice. Because like I said, I want to give y'all as much time, and I have the bot the bot will have me say something in chat to be like a warning of like, hey, there's an ad coming. That is what I understand. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I've got a bot that comes up in chat that like gives a 1 minute warning right prior to it, so we can take break and it won't interrupt any like conversations or anything. And yeah, that was the idea. That's what we did last time. I think it worked out okay. I wanted to reduce the number of ads, honestly. I wanted to drop it down to about 1.5 minutes. But when I did that, it went fucking crazy with when it was going to play ads, and it would not obey what I was telling it to. I wanted it to once again be like every hour, but it decided it needed to do like 15 seconds of ads like every few minutes. I don't know why it decided it needed to do that, but that's what it decided it needed to do. So I have not here. Where's my paper? They're on a different table. God damn it. I'll be right back. I still need paper towels. So I have been printing models. I've been printing a handful of models over the past few days to get ready for next month's streams. We're gonna be doing some Halloween mods next month, or Halloween models next month, and we're gonna do. I want to do an orc or two, obviously, but we're gonna be doing some Halloween models. I need to put up a poll in the Discord that I want to run for like a week, but okay, I should do something about that. That on the outside, that's on the inside. That's disgusting. All right, that's fun. Yeah, I need to put a poll up in the Discord. That is, Jesus. Sorry, my nose is just going fucking crazy right now. Yeah, put a poll up in the Discord because I have 2 models that I can't decide between, because I want to do like one large model, and I think I've kind of fucked myself, honestly. Like, what, some of them aren't that are larger, but they're kind of wispy. So I think I think that's why we didn't really include them in our decision making process as far as the large models go. But I have, like I said, I have two models that are going to be fairly big that I'd like to send to y'all for y'all to be able to choose, like, hey, which would you prefer, this one or this one? I need to get the pull up, and I just keep not doing that, honestly, and it's a little bit of a problem. But I will I'll be getting that pull up. It'll be like a whole new channel, and I'll add everybody so that y'all can get in, y'all can vote. Am I ooh. Yeah, okay, I am in France. Just trying to make sure that the models are. So yeah, that's something else that's going on. I could show them off here on stream. That would be weird. But let's face it, I'm not smart enough to do things that I should do. Is this the brush that I don't think this is the brush that I want. I think I want a larger brush than this. Yeah, I think we want to go with the number 2. Lots and lots of things that are going on in the background that I am taking an infinitely too long amount of time to get prepared. So yeah, that was, like I said, it's just a little bit what's going on in my side of the world. I don't know what's going on. What's going on with y'all? Y'all have anything going on? Any plans for the weekend? It is Friday. Wondering if anybody's got anything that they're doing this weekend. Anybody going to any tournaments? Do anything interesting? Going hiking? Going anything like that? Anybody? Give y'all some time. I know that the delay on this is insane. I'm going to try a new glue. You're trying a new glue. What new glue are you trying? Mr. Cement. I have not heard of Mr. Cement. I've been using Tamiya for like the past 2 years. I've been using the Tamiya with the little brush. I really like the little brush. Before that, I used the Citadel. God, I hated the Citadel stuff. That little needle would not stay in place. Like, the needle was great, like when it worked. But more times than not, it didn't work. So I didn't like that. I've not heard of Mr. Cement. I was getting tired of my Army Painter. I've never used the Army Painter stuff. Never used Army Painter. Like I said, I used Citadel because originally Citadel was all I could get. Because that's all I knew how to look for, honestly. But after a while, watching some videos, I moved over. I've got it in a drawer right here, so give me just a second. I moved over to Tamiya. I'm here. I moved over to this. This is the stuff that I use, the Tamiya cement. I've had to order it. I can't find anywhere local that has it. But I do really like this stuff. It has it's got the little brush tip. So like that is a brush. It's not like just a stick, it's a brush. I like being able to apply where I want, how much I want. And another thing that's really great about it is when you get it to about half full, you can turn it into sprue goo very easily. This has been a very valuable tool, having the sprue goo. So that's another thing that's great about this stuff is you get it to about half full, dump a bunch of sprue bits in there, it melts the sprues down, and then this is a really good filler. So that's what I use. I've never heard of Mr. Cement. But the Tamiya is something that I definitely recommend. If you end up not liking that. I drove an hour to get a local hobby store. I a local Hobby Lobby 30 minutes to 30 minutes from. See, I don't go to Hobby Lobby. If I can avoid Hobby Lobby, I will avoid Hobby Lobby. And that is because I have some fundamental issues with the way that they do business. And like, yes, you have like you have all the political shit, and that's not that I mean, that is a contributing factor, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. One of the things that I really hate about Hobby Lobby is their refusal to use barcodes and the reason why they refuse to use barcodes. That is like my primary reason as to why I don't like Hobby Lobby. Because I think that it's just extra work that they're putting onto their workers for no reason. And it also makes maintaining their inventory nearly impossible. So, I just wanted to see what they had. No, I understand. Like I said, the Tamiya I order off of Amazon, because so many people have ranted and raved about how good it is. So I was like, you know what? Everybody's saying this stuff is good. I'm almost out of my Citadel. I'll go ahead and I'll try this stuff out. And I really do enjoy it. I really do. Like I said, I like the brush applicator. I like the fact that you can turn it into sprue goo if you need to. You can thicken or thin the sprue goo as needed. It's a really nice product to use. I highly recommend it, but y'all don't ever watch me build models on stream, so obviously take what I say with a grain of salt. Because how can you trust somebody's opinion on something if you don't see them actually using it? Yeah, I don't do Hobby Lobby because of their standpoint on barcodes. And I have that feeling. I was wondering why the glue had no barcode. Assume sold. No. So okay. Hobby Lobby does not use barcodes. It is like a genuine company policy that they do not use barcodes. No locations allowed to, blah, 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 blah. The reason that Hobby Lobby does not use barcodes is because they believe barcodes are the mark of the beast. And I'm not kidding. That is their actual reasoning as to why they do not use barcodes. The standpoint is that barcodes are the mark of the beast, and therefore something that needs to be avoided at all costs. And I cannot fathom that standpoint. And that is a lot of my reason why like hating companies that don't like using barcodes is from my days in package fulfillment. Like I said, I was head of all of technology for a fulfillment company for 5 years, and customers that didn't have properly barcoded products were always our most problematic customers because they were the easiest ones to fuck things up. But that is the reason why Hobby Lobby refuses to use barcodes. Now, I know that's not going to turn off everyone to using them, but that combined with a lot of their political affiliations and things like that, some of the ways that they donate to causes are reasons why I do not shop with him if I can avoid it. According to a comment and Reddit, Tamiya and Mr. Sin is the same. Oh, interesting. Well, if that's the case, then I think you will greatly enjoy Mr. Cement. If that is in fact true. So there you go. So very interesting. I did not know that. Like I said, I had never heard of Mr. Cement before. So I wasn't going to tell you like not to use it or anything because I've never heard of it. I've never used it. So I have I have no opinion on it. I'm just telling you the stuff that I use that I like. But if they're the same thing, I think you'll really enjoy it. Because, like I said, Tamiya is been a lot of fun to use. Makes making models a lot easier. Like I said, the little brush applicator is really nice. Again, being able to like buy 2 bottles at a time, because that's how I always do it. Like, you can usually find someone on Amazon that has like a 2-pack or something like that. 2-pack or a 3-pack, like buying 2 at a time and then being able to turn one of them into sprue goo as needed. That was a really good thing to do. The reason why I wanted to try different glue last night, I slightly ruined a model part. Oh, that does suck. I know the feeling. I've done that too. My mephetic blight crawlers, I have a tendency of fucking them up every time I work on them. But that's because... Note taker, why are you notifying me again? Yeah. I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. Whenever I work on mephetic blight haulers, because that's one of Rain's favorite models. She really loves those. They're push fit, and I've never snipped the pegs like I should have when building those models. So I've had a tendency of doing some really significant damage on them, and it's really unfortunate. So I did not, like I said, I've never used the Army Painter stuff, so I can't make any commentary on that. I've only ever, like, at my army, or not my army, my hobby shop that I go to that has Army Painter, I've only ever seen their various super glues. I've never seen an actual plastic glue. Not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I don't think I've ever seen them carry it. But I've never looked for it either. The stupid glue always makes sticky strings. Yeah, that does suck. That would be very annoying. Okay. A little eagle on the arm. I may need to move to a small inch. This one does just not have the fine tip. Yeah, I can definitely see having some serious issues if you're getting into a situation like I. Ooh, that didn't feel good. I've had that kind of situation before with really any plastic glue that I use. If you get a little too much, it will, like, it melts the plastic, right? Like, that's its thing, is it melts the plastic so that it basically welds together. So, like, with plastic glue, you're always going to run into an issue like that, unfortunately. I hate saying that, but I don't think it matters what manufacturer you work with. But whenever you have a better applicator, it does reduce that, and it does make it a little bit easier to coat, because you can apply as much as you need, as little as you need for whatever you're working on. And you have a fair amount of control with that little brush. So maybe moving over to the Mr. Cement will help you. All right, here they should have the plastic glue. Like I said, I've never seen the plastic glue, but I've never looked for it. So they may have it. They may in fact have it. I've just never looked for it because I've never cared. That's really all I'm saying. Like, it very well could have it in stock regularly. I just couldn't be fucked to care. Also, the plastic exit tube always gets clogged. Yeah, I have that problem with my super glue, and it doesn't matter like what I like. Here, let me show you. I have a very particular version of super glue that I like to use. Like, a lot of people like to use Gorilla Glue, and that is what I use. But I have this version. This is the version of Gorilla Glue that I use. the blue cap with the pin applicator. This is the version of super glue that I use, and I find to have a lot of control with this as well, because you get more angle, little thumb depression to push it out. It's most likely just those regular little metal tube super glues that you can get off the shelf for like 90 cents. But the applicator makes it like the pin applicator here makes it a lot easier to use. So this is what I personally get. I'm gonna need to get a new tube soon because I've used the fuck out of this. This is what I like to use. I really like this stuff. I haven't tried the green cap yet. I don't know what the difference is between the green cap and the blue cap, but I've only used the blue, and it does get it clogged occasionally. It doesn't get clogged as often as I have another bottle here. Oh, if I can get my hand in there. Is this one? Like this one has the side squeezers. This one gets clogged a lot. This one doesn't really ever seem to get clogged. I gotta refresh the camera. So yeah. Change from super glue, what causes foggy residue. There are other glues, like super glue has its purpose, right? Like I don't use it for everything. Like I said, I usually use the Tamiya for models, but whenever I'm working with resin, the plastic glue doesn't work, so super glue. When I'm a lot of times, not these models specifically, but you little fucker. How dare you? Like when I did this guy, I've got him pinned to his base. Like you can't really see them, but yeah, he's actually pinned to the base.
Quick, Rory, drink from your Estus flask.
All right, give me a second. But yeah, whenever I'm pinning models, I tend to use the super glue because a lot of times I do have the resin toppers, or I've got all the texture paste or something of that nature, and everything's like fully painted, and the super glue responds a lot better than the plastic glue does, especially since the pins that I use are metal. Yeah, the pins that I use are metal, so the plastic glue doesn't work. So I use super glue a lot of times for that. Actually, thank you for that, Necron. I did really need that. So, like I said, it's all situational. Like I said, resin models definitely use super glue because the plastic glue doesn't work. But that is besides the point. So, like I said, that is the super glue that I use. If you're only ever working with plastic, you're not gonna have to worry about that. But if you do get into doing resin models, you unfortunately will come to a point of needing to use super glue again. Like I said, that's the stuff that I use that I really enjoy. Okay. So that is my opinion. You may have different experiences than me. Like, some people like Loctite. I'm sure there's others on the market. There's tons and tons of stuff that you can find at like your LGS. But I found myself not liking any of those because I don't like how thin they get, if that makes sense. I intend in the future to be able to attend a GW sponsored major tournament. Okay. That is ambitious. Not attending one, but if you're actually like participating in one, attending them is fairly easy to accomplish. If you're participating in one and you're doing well in them, that's spectacular. I have intentions on attending painting competitions one day. So I have to use GW models. Well, just because you use GW models doesn't mean you don't have a need for for super glue. Like I said, whenever I'm doing some of my basing stuff, I need super glue. Because it's what works best. In a lot of instances, when you're doing things like trying to get sand or pebbles or stuff like that to adhere to the base, some like thin, like ultra thin super glue is the best way to lock everything together. So just because you're wanting to only use official GW stuff does not mean that you don't have a need for another type of. But if you're only using GW models, good on you. There are, in fact, resin Necron models though. So, like official, like Forge World stuff. I don't know how many of them are legal anymore, but they do exist, and therefore you still may find yourself in need of a super glue for resin. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the Forge World models, like the what's he called? The Fulgrim and the Horus Ascended that they released recently. Oh, and the Khan. Those are kind of the ones that I like. A reminder, my Nightbringer and Deceiver are resin. Yeah, exactly. So see, there's something that plastic glue doesn't work on. I mean, they may one day get replacement models or the other resin chemical. It's still resin. It's fine cast. It's not the same thing as Forge World, but it's still resin. I don't know what the formula of resin that they use is for fine cast. It seems to be, I don't know. It seems to be an abomination against all hobbyists, but that's what GW wants to do. So if that's what they want, that's what they want. You can't stop. And if you ever decide to paint anything that is not Necrons, you can always do that. I doubt that'll be happening with you. Finecast isn't all horrible, mostly, sure. Like I said, everything that I've encountered have been really bad, but that's because they did a really horrible job with the gates, and there's some really spindly parts on them that make things worse. So that has been my experience with Finecast. So you're right, they're not all bad, just most of them. But I've not encountered a good experience with Finecast. So I'm simply going off of what I have gone through. Also, welcome to the stream, Ghost. Even early Forge World resin kits were bad with mold slips. Forge World, I have honestly been very disappointed with a lot of Forge World. I don't like the quality of their resin. I don't like their quality control team, especially. There are far too many situations whenever it comes to Forge World products where parts are missing. And I really hate that. The old school Cryptek. Okay. I'm not familiar with the old school Cryptek. I know there's the little canoptic centipede things that are Forge World that are really cool looking, but I don't know if they're legal anymore. And one day I would honestly like to paint up a Harridan or whatever the hell that giant Tyranid dragon thing is called. I would love to paint one of those one day, but I had the MK2B Land Raider turrets responses that were two of the same side, and they sent me a place. I mean, yes. Like, if you get in touch with them, you're like, hey, you didn't send me, or like, whenever I bought this this package, I didn't get everything in it that I needed. One problem though is that if you buy it secondhand, they're still kind of dicks about it, because there's a lot of times where they're like, yeah, well, what's your order number? We need a confirmation that you actually bought this. Blah 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 blah. Just to make sure that, I know it's to make sure you're not just trying to get bits for conversions, but that does make it rather difficult. If you did, unfortunately, like I said, buy it secondhand, and that person, held on to it for years and then decided they weren't going to end up painting it, and so they sold it off, and you're the one who bought it, you run into an issue where it becomes difficult to do. So you almost have to double check whatever you buy from them immediately. The one thing is now Legends. That's too bad. I really liked those. I thought they were cool. But it makes sense that they would make those Legends. They kind of want to get away from like the total bug look that Necrons had at one point in time. Yeah, you're right. No, I know. It's just like, I know that, who was it? Squidmar had a problem with that whenever he got one of his Warlord Titans. Because they got it secondhand. Even though they had like the official like seal of authenticity and yada yada yada, or whatever, certificate of authenticity. Even though they had that, it was still a problem for them to get. I think it was an entire turret, like an entire missile bay, I think was missing. Like the housing for it, like they had the plates, the front and back plates, but they didn't have the housing. I believe. I could be wrong about that. So, like I said, it's just I don't like that can happen, but I tend to not buy models secondhand. I almost always get them direct from somewhere, like a store or something. I there's times where I want to go to my LGS and be like, hey, can you get me this Forge World model? Again, I'd rather not buy direct from GW if I can avoid it. I'd rather buy from my LGS. The heavy contract is still there. Everything else from Forge World is gone. That's too bad. That's really too bad. But at least there is still something, though. At least you're able to get some sort of Forge World items. They haven't canceled everything that is, for your faction. I mean, yeah, if everything else is gone, they've gotten rid of a lot. I know I saw, who was it? I saw Grey Wolf the other day on Micah's stream complaining that he was working on a Contemptor for his Dark Angels, and I know he was saying he didn't like the new plastic kits that they've got for the Contemptors, because it's like a mixture of resin and plastic. Like the upper torsos are all plastic now, and he was saying he didn't like that, which was odd to me. But if you don't like what they've changed, then you don't like what they've changed. And that is your prerogative. I don't know that I'm ever gonna work on another Contemptor. I did a Contemptor a while back. That was the full resin kit. I did not enjoy it. A lot of issues with it. It looks really dumb. It's also like the basic Contemptor. I didn't have any of like the fancy iconography for any of the chapters because I did not do a Heresy era chapter I did at the time I was doing Sons of the Phoenix, so we didn't do any of the branding for those. Rosewood has Contemptor bodies, Contemptor upper bodies for each legion, but otherwise you just have classic. What the hell? Well, okay. I don't. Maybe I misunderstood what was happening. You know, that might have that could have easily been me misunderstanding the situation. I will not deny that. So maybe that was just me not knowing what the fuck was going on. I know he and Micah like shared some information off stream in Discord about what was happening there, but so yeah, maybe it was just me misunderstanding what was happening. So you know, don't take everything I say as gospel, because a lot of times it's real easy for me to misunderstand, especially whenever a lot of the conversation is, you know, text. You know, you can't really express nuance in text well, and therefore it is super easy to not know what the hell is going on. I don't want to have to do the bottom of his foot, but I think I'm gonna have to do the bottom of his foot. Her foot. Yeah, this is a her. I'm gonna have to do the bottom of her foot. I don't want to do the bottom of her foot. I am glad that there's no gold on the base for this model, though. You guys, you cannot comprehend how upset I was to find that out. I don't like the idea of having to do a non-metallic paint job on a fucking base. So, I was very, very upset to discover there were metallic elements on number 2's base. Same time, I think I should have done some conversions on these. And gotten rid of this and maybe gone with some armature wire or something like that to hold them up instead of using these, because these are kind of dumb. So let me show you what I mean. Like, these have this weird base, but I don't remember what these are called. These are one of my Drukhari. I moved over to using armature wire for his support, because this particular model did not come with a support or a base, for that matter. He did not come with support or a base. So I used a little bit of armature wire to keep him elevated, and I like that a lot better, because once I get this all painted up, that will disappear. You know, and you can kind of see that the primer is starting to chip off of that. I think if it does, it still won't be that obvious that it's there anymore. So that's what I would kind of prefer that. I know that some of the old flyer bases have the little plastic butt plugs were real shitty. Like, I get that, but there's got to be better ways of dealing with these things. Well, those are my thoughts on that. Y'all may have differing opinions. I just would have preferred to not have to deal with it. Is all I'm saying. Man, I need to get some sharper brushes. Let me see if Rain will let me order some brushes. I found some cheap brushes online that claim to be Kolinsky's. I kind of doubt they are, if I'm being honest. But I need to get some. A lot of my... Now, if I could replace my monuments, I would. They're out of stock, as they always seem to be. You would think they would do a better job of restocking those things. But, you know, guess they don't want to. I almost bought some whenever I was at ReaperCon, but I decided to go with the Beast brushes instead, that I was very, very unhappy with. And that's my fault, you know? I shouldn't have fallen for the marketing. I should have messed with them a little bit more than I did. I should have left more of a budget for brushes and gone purely with that, because that's all I was after while I was at the convention. Unless they had, like, by some miracle, if someone had the Nova orange that was released, like, I would have gone for that. But I should have held back and not spent any money on paint like I did. But I am who I am. And self-control when it comes to things like paint is definitely a failure on my part. But hey, I know better for the future, right? Theoretically, I can just look up a paint line in the future and potentially just get one or two, like I did with Turbo Dork, where I only got the 3 paints and spent like $15. That would be a better move. That would be a more intelligent decision. But it was not the decision I made. Why are there so many things happening on my fucking phone right now? Jesus. Don't care about note taking. Deal with Amazon later. Sorry, I'm clearing as many of these fucking things as I can that I just don't care about right now. Come sit. Streamlabs. Streamlabs, why are you emailing? No one cares. There we go. Maybe that'll slow down? I don't know. What time is it? 4 o'clock? I should probably wash this brush. How long do we have? About 15 minutes before the ads are going to go off. Okay. We can still make a fair amount of progress from that. I do have... Is that an eagle or a lion? Was it a lion on... Eagle. That makes some sense. I mean, well, it makes more sense than it being a lion. There was it was a lion on the Liberators. It's an eagle on the Prosecutors. That totally makes sense. If you're wondering what I'm looking at the shoulder. They've got a sculpted shoulder. Unlike the other two just have it's blue and has an emblem on it. But for the Liberators, it looks like there's something in the eye. Okay. I'm gonna clean this brush real quick to see if I can get a sharper tip on it. I don't think I can. I may begrudgingly bust out the beast brushes because I can get a bit more of a tip on those. Much as I don't like admitting that. No, I don't. I do. I don't think I do. It's not a great tip, but it's better than what it was. Ooh, what about that one? I'll give you a try. I'm pretty sure you're a synthetic. Get a fairly good tip on you. Sorry, I'm just like trying to see what I can. Okay, that was good. Definitely synthetic. Definitely 100% synthetic. Pretty sure it was. This felt like one that I got from probably Michael's. White Wolf raiding with a party of 5. What in the hell? Welcome, 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 sir. Man, I don't know. I've never been a part of your stream. I don't think I have any mods here. So let me. Sir, it's good. Well, hey, you know, I never know. So let's. Hey, look at that! It does work. I don't know why there's. Why is there a giant space there? Interesting. Well, hey, my new shout out does work. I just built that today, and I wasn't sure if it was gonna work. But yeah, thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in, White Wolf. Much appreciated for the raid. As you can see, we're working on another non-metallic metal Stormcast Prosecutor. We just finished. I say we finished. I didn't finish. I finished it offline. This is the most recent one of our prosecutors that's been finished. I have not gotten this posted anywhere. It's not on Instagram or any place like that. So, but this is the most recent one that's been finished. I think he turned out quite well. I don't know what y'all think, but yeah. Well, thank you. There's the reverse side of him. So, working on the unit leader right now. I typically work on all of these models one at a time. I don't really batch paint because I kind of can't stand batch painting. So, I can't do none. I tried recently. Just polite. No, I you know what? I feel the exact same way. I hate my non-metallic, but everyone likes to tell me that it's good. So, I totally get what you mean. But I continue on because I need to get these done. So I'm working on all of these for the Armies on Parade competition that's happening supposedly at the end of the month that I still have not confirmed with my store when that is going to happen. So I really need to get in touch with him. Really need to get in touch with him. Or else I know for a fact that I'm going to end up missing everything. I'm still I paint one at a time more often than not. Yeah, like that's what I tend to do. Like I try to treat each individual one as its own little art project. So that are you doing the whole spearhead from Scam Tide? That is the plan. Right now, I'm just working on getting the book published one done. So I believe I don't exactly remember, but I believe it is 5 Liberators, 3 Prosecutors, the Lord Viritant, and the Lord Vigilant. That is what I believe the entirety of the Spearhead is supposed to be. Ghost, if you're still here, please correct me if I'm wrong, because Ghost is the one who actually told me what the listed one is. Because I don't have the rule book, I just have the models. So yeah, I've done. This is the last of the Prosecutors. This is my Liberator Commander, Sergeant, whatever the hell that you call them. That's how he turned out. So I have to do the glove behind him because for whatever reason my camera doesn't like to keep full brightness if my glove is not on screen. I have not figured that one out. So that's him. And then my Lord Viritant. Here's my Lord Viritant. She turned out really well. Like I do genuinely like how she turned out. So that's how she looks. She looks pretty good. And then after I finish the Prosecutor that I'm working on, I'm gonna move over to do the Lord Vigilant, I believe is what its name is, and that is this one, the dude on the Griff Charger. Not thrilled about working on this, if I'm being perfectly honest. But yeah, this is the next one I'm working on after I finish. After I finish the Prosecutor, this is the one that's getting worked on. Not thrilled about it. Not thrilled one bit about working on this, but we're gonna see what happens. And then I will have the legal Spearhead done. Is that a horse? It's more of a hippogriff without wings. So it's kind of a horse, and it's kind of a bird. They call it a Griff Charger. But yeah, it's more, like I said, it's more just a hippogriff that doesn't have wings. It's peacock colors. No, there's no goddamn way I would even try that. But supposedly, like I said, I still haven't confirmed, and I'm kicking myself for having not confirmed yet. Because I really need to know. But supposedly at September 28th is when the competition is happening. Because like I said, I'm doing this for Armies on Parade. And I'm close to having a serviceable army for my submission. Like I said, I need to get her done, and I need to get. Are you link friendly? Yeah, go ahead. You want to post something? Go for it, man. I need to get her done. I need to get the Lord Vigilant done, and when those two are done, I'm going to continue working on these, trying to get as many finished as possible. But I will have the Spearhead done, and that is what I'm doing. Zombie case. Hey, yo, not sure how I got here, but I am. You know what? You probably came in with White Wolf's Raid. That's most likely what happened. If you don't know how you got here, that's most likely how it happened. You gave me an Instagram link. Let's take a look at that real quick. Oh, I need to move this. Sorry, I've got my manager split between 2 monitors. Oh, that is okay. Yeah. I'm really digging the colors. Really digging the colors. Sorry, I don't have a lot of things set up for ease of use in my stream right now, so I'm not able to show this on stream. But yeah, that looks really good. You, that's where it needs to be. Close that. Oh, too far. Let's click this and here. Here we go. Get off my screen. Get off my screen. Jesus, stupid fucking Twitch. Sorry. I really hate Twitch's interface sometimes. Yeah, that looks very interesting. I'm not gonna try that. Like, yeah, it looks really good, and I'm sure when it's done, it'll look amazing. But going for something like that would take me so much time that I'm not even sort of gonna try something like that. Though it looks very good. I'm very interested to see that finished. Went ahead and tossed you a follow. I don't have any of my mods here right now, so I can't really post any of my stuff. I love messing around with color. I tend to jump in with both feet. I understand. You know, I like working with color. I've been doing these Stormcast for so fucking long now. I'm ready to see the end of them. Like, I mean, obviously, like, since these are the Scaventide ones, like, I haven't been working on them for like 6 months or anything. But I'm ready to be done. I'm ready to work on something else. I have another model that I'm gonna be working on next week that's not Stormcast. Because I promised Rain that I would paint her a squig for her birthday. So I'm going to be working on a squig next week. Oh, hey, look at that. There's an ad coming in here in a minute. Oh, yeah? I've done quite a few armies. Not on stream specifically. Did you say Rain? Yeah, October Rain's my wife. So Rain, Noe, wants me. She's also one of my mods. But she wants me to paint a squig for her birthday. So that is something that I'm going to be working on, like I said, next week. I don't know exactly when, but it is a next week model. Okay, that's kind of amazing. That would have been exceptionally creepy though. So, I'm glad it is not that situation. That was a terrifying noise to just randomly start up behind me. Oh, we're on an ad break. We got an ad starting soon, so we're gonna go on break real quick, guys. All right, let's get back to it. So, sorry about that, guys. Those ads, I really don't like that they run as often as do. I was wrong. Is metal fun? Well, I guess we can make that stone. Yeah, we'll make that stone. We're not gonna let that. I don't need metal in the fucking face. Anyways, yeah. So, you know what? I don't think I asked you what you were working on, White Wolf. Hold on, we have a White Wolf and we have a Gray Wolf as well. That's interesting. Question time. What paint range do you go with? That is an excellent question. I go with several. Currently, my main paint that I use is Pro Acryl. Permission link. Yeah, go for it, Necron. What was I working on? I was working on the helmet. I use misconnect to. Yeah. So my gold is Pro Acryl. The blues that I use. Okay. Let me re-specify that. Here, you come here, you. So the golds. The gold is all Pro Acryl. The white and blue on the wing. Yeah, go ahead, Necron. That's my microphone is on, but it's also low. Why is it low? Okay. That's higher than I want that to be. That's fine. Sorry if I'm blowing out your ears now. I'm stabbing myself on this model. I will check that out in a second, Necron. Is that the Lord you are talking about? No. No, that is not. The one I'm talking about is the new Lord Vigilant out of the Scaventide box. I don't think it exists on its own yet. Here, hold on a second. I will see if I can pull up. Okay. There. Okay, so it's going to be the third picture on that page. Forecast, I did. Yeah, so there, like that's the one. That's the one I'm gonna. Anyways, back to what I was saying with my paint. Yeah. So the gold, the wings is all Pro Acryl as well. The blue, the blue for the shoulders, and the shield is Army Painter. The leathers are all Army Painter. As well as the colors I use for the chainmail and whatever steel, like the spear tip, that's also Army Painter. The white that I use on the shoulders and on the shield is Cuttlefish. I think that's all the different brands that I use. So yeah. I hope that helps. Yeah, I've started using, oh, I'm sorry, Ghost. I didn't realize that you were at work. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, very pretty. Very, very pretty. Looks really good. All right. Yeah, very much like that. Back to work. Okay. So yeah. Like I said, I use, on other paint ranges, like I'll use the occasional Citadel. I don't do that very often anymore. I'm wanting to test out some turbo dorks. I use some scale 75s. Anytime I do flesh, I use like, come here, Melody. Like my flesh here for Melody, that's scale 75. So that's what I do for my skin tones. At least whenever I'm doing white folk. Whenever I'm doing dark skin tones, I use Army Painter. But yeah, that's this is my most recent Melody. I've actually painted her a couple of times. I did this one back in June. I did this one. I did this one back in June. I think it was June of last year. So very, very different, as you can tell. But I keep these are two that I keep on my desk. So yeah, I use two thin coats flesh tones. I have two thin coats paints. I don't use them very often. But yeah, I don't use two thin coats very often. I used their reds on my Magnus when I did that one. I used a couple of their reds for his skin, but not like some of the reds and some of the browns. Yeah, whenever I did Magnus, that was a fun model to do as well. Kicked my ass. Oh my god, that model took so goddamn long, especially those fucking feathers. But that's besides the point. You're over here. Oh, thank you for joining the for joining the Discord there, White Wolf. White Wolf, I'm gonna warn you, if you do decide to join the not safe for work section, expect to see a lot of furry porn. I want to give that warning. I mean, my LGS sells two thin coats. They've only got the Series 1, though. They don't have Series 2 or Series 2 or Series 3 from two thin coats. What was that, Badoo? Oh, okay. That was Necron saying something. I have not decided when we're going to start doing a community paint day, but that is going to be a thing when we start showing that off. That's fair warning. I'm 40 and pretty numb to everything. Hey, man, like I said, you got Mew in there who's daily poster. Granted, I do encourage it. I do encourage her, but yeah, that's something that people need to be warned about, I feel, if you decide to enter that section. So, because I know there are those in the community who don't want to see that and choose to never go in there. And I don't blame them. It is the most active section of the fucking Discord, though. You think with my name I might be a furry? No, I'm not. Hey, man. This is a judgment-free zone. If that's a kink of yours, that's fine. I'm very sexually open, so I don't care. The majority of VR characters are not safe for work. Yes, you are correct, Necron. They are. Almost, it seems almost everything from VR chat is that way. And as much as Filian doesn't want to believe that her character is a porny, not safe for work furry, that is simply not the case. I still can't figure out how that woman thinks that she's a PG-13 streamer, when one of the things she's known for are flashbangs. But hey, you know, that's what you want to believe, that's what you want to believe. So yeah, you want to, like, we've got tons of sections to post all kinds of things. You want to share any of your work, you want to check out other people's work. I'm very open about letting people do that. Based on names, it's hard to tell who is a furry. I mean, you say that. In certain instances, it's not hard. People who use an animal in their name can go one way or the other. Like, if we're being totally honest, it can go either way. So, like I said, if you're a furry, that's your business. I don't fucking care. Whatever you want to be attracted to, that's your business. And if you decide to share that, just do it in the appropriate place. You know what? I need to have. I should have a chat section in the not safe for work area. I know that would go wrong instantly. I feel like that's kind of the point. No, you know what? I think I won't do that. I don't think I will do that. I think that'd be a colossally bad idea. So yeah, we're not gonna do it. Dupe. Oh, okay. Posting some progress. All right, much appreciated. Again, I need to set a particular day where we do, and I should have done this planning over my week, over my quote unquote weekend, and I didn't, and I should have. I really should have. I did very little actual work that I should have gotten done. So maybe that's something that will be looked into in the next coming days. I don't know. Lots of badoops going on over here. Let's take a look. Oh, you have posted a chaplain. Not a chaplain, not a chaplain? I can't. Not a chaplain. Okay. Very, very impressive, Wolf. Very impressive indeed. I really like the mount. The mount's looking really good. Looking really good. Doing a great job there. Not a chaplain. Yeah, no, he's the chaplain, not a chaplain. You know. He's the Age of Sigmar chaplain. Didn't they just announce a new one of him? I feel like that's a thing I saw. I could be misremembering, but I feel like they announced a new version of that. Anyways, the one thing I can say I don't like about Stormcast is that they're making them they're trying too hard to make them Space Marines. And I say that because of all of these fucking scrolls that they insist on putting on their models. What the hell happened here? Interesting. I am so tired of these damn things. I'm gonna crash. It's getting late. Need some sleep. All right, White Wolf. You catch you elsewhere, no doubt. And yes, the relocator on foot is coming. A great stream. All right, brother. You have a good one. I remember seeing the new Skaven models that ain't in the beginner box. It's fucking awesome. There are some really good ones that are coming out. They haven't announced their actual release yet. They just kind of announced that they exist. We'll probably see them go up for pre-order in, I'd say, 2 to 4 weeks. I'm not entirely sure about that, but yeah, I think in 2 to 4 weeks we'll see them go up for pre-order. Almost made me want to jump on Old World. I understand. Okay, I understand the draw to Old World. I don't like the models, if I'm being totally honest. So I can't say I can't say that I'd be totally thrilled with doing that. But I get it. Like I said, I get it. I need more paint on the palette. But they're not for me. I'm not a fan of a lot of the old sculpts. Like if I'm sure if I was in the hobby when they were relevant, I would have that nostalgia factor, and I do think that that's a big thing with like old 40K models, like the old metal models or the old world models, all that kind of stuff. I do think that nostalgia is a big factor in people liking those models. I also know that most of them being hand sculpted is also a very attractive thing to a lot of people. I just personally don't like them. I like this new digital age of models. I like that they're not over detailed and things like that. I thought Old World was the new edition name for AOS. No, it is not. The Old World is Warhammer Fantasy Battles Reborn, essentially. So you had Warhammer Fantasy and you had Warhammer 40K back in the 90s / early 2000s. And so they decided to do a lore shift with Age of Sigmar in like the Old World, which is where Old World comes from, is destroyed essentially, and Sigmar builds a new universe, new world, with the Stormcast Eternals being the their warriors and yada yada yada. And so a lot of factions from Old World actually got removed going into Age of Sigmar. So Old World is literally them taking old models from the 90s and the early 2000s for a game that they didn't sell well because they did a really bad job of supporting it, and essentially reinventing that game and making it more widely available. So Old World is not the same thing as Age of Sigmar, but I do understand the confusion. Didn't we lose Tomb Kings because of that? Yes, that is how we lost Tomb Kings. We lost them because of the lore shift, and that upset quite a few people. And I get it. I do. It makes sense to be upset by that. I feel like they should have carried all of the factions over. Personally, I feel that they should have done that, but they didn't. And I feel like they thought, I feel like their opinion was that the fantasy game had too many factions, and they didn't want to have too many going into Age of Sigmar, kind of like how 40K has got too many factions. Sigmar kind of does too, but it was like double what it is now. So there is all of that. Kinda. kind of, sort of. Like, you still had the other Bony Boys and all the various vampire factions, and like there's two different vampire factions for reasons. But then there's also I forget what the fuck they're called. Now we have Old Canon Nagash and New Canon Nagash. Yes, we have two different Nagashes. We have two different Nagashes. We've got three different fucking Nurgle, Khorne, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch. There's the like I said, there's two different, like there's low tier vampires and high tier vampire. Basically vampire nobles and vampire peasants. That's essentially what the two different vampire factions are. I don't know about pirates. Well, again, I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I also feel like sorry, my brain stopped working. I feel like Genestealer cults and Tyranids should be one faction. I feel that Space Marines, Guard, Imperial Agents, and Sisters of Battle should all be one army. Like those should all be, in my opinion, one faction. Like I said, I don't know anything about the vampires, but like that's what some of my opinions as far as factions goes with 40K is the Imperium shouldn't have, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different factions, not including the different chapters of Space Marines. Like there's 5 factions of Imperium. That's excessive. So yeah, like I said, having different chapters and different rule books for that. Yeah, that's annoying, but there's still other things that could be reduced to make them to make it all make a little bit more sense. It makes sense from a wargame point of view. Yes, it does. I'm not going to deny that. It does make sense from a wargame point of view. But at the same time, I still think it could be condensed a little bit better. You know, I feel that AdMech and Guard should be one faction. Again, from a wargame point of view, AdMech and Guard should be one point of view. Sisters and Space Marines should be one faction. And Imperial Agents, I don't think should be a thing. I think those should just be units that can be used in any Imperial faction. They don't need to have their own codex. Again, my opinions. Why Genestealers are different faction lore wise. I do understand. I just don't agree with it. That's my only point there. I completely 100% understand. I just don't like it. I do feel that the rule sets are overbogged. You know, they got rid of a bunch of elf factions because there was too many, and they just condensed, you know, Craft Worlds, Yanari, Aldari, the Jesters, I don't remember what they're called, the Harlequins. They condensed those all into one faction. And you know, that makes sense. I'm not entirely convinced that Drukhari should be separate. I get why they are, but I'm not convinced that they should be. There are too many 40K factions. It's pure and plain and simple. There's too many 40K factions, and because of that, there's a bunch of factions that don't get the attention that they deserve. Its job is to attract Tyranids and eat the planets. Yeah, no, like I said, I understand why they've done what they've done. I just don't agree with it. Because yeah, their whole job is to bring Tyranids to a planet, get it ready to be eaten, and then get eaten. Like, I understand. I still think that they should be combined with Tyranids because of that, though. That's my opinion. Most people don't agree with it. You're also using the wrong form of gene. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose or not. So, you know, and then you went and you added Votan and World Eaters, and they're going to be releasing Emperor's Children soon. Like, separating out all of the Chaos factions of Space Marines, while, again, lore-wise I understand, seems excessive to me. You know, if you combine them all into one book, you make certain units usable by all variants. Like, you know, you can have like, you know, like Thousand Suns, like they can have, you know, their own separate bit of the Chaos War Codex. Like, and you know, have a handful of units that are usable between them and like Black Legion and World Eaters. Like, have a handful of units that do that. New World Eaters, aren't they all dead? No. Not to my knowledge. From my understanding, there's still plenty of them out there. And they did just release an entire new model range for them, so I would find it really dumb if they went and got rid of that. It's 100% on purpose. Like they separate everything out so they can sell more merchandise. And you know, from a corporate point of view, I understand that. But from a consumer point of view, it's really shitty. And I don't think that GW is capable of thinking from the consumer point of view anymore. Like, legitimately, I do not think that they are capable of thinking like consumers anymore. Because, you know, 1 month they'll be like, yay, we like they have to by law. They're like, hey, we recorded record profits last quarter. And then the next month it's, oh, we need to raise our prices on everything because shipping costs have gone up, and you know, we're going to pass that price on to the we're going to pass we're going to push that cost onto the customer. And it's like, but you just recorded record profits. You don't need to do that. So, which is another reason why I don't buy direct from GW. I still buy their products, yes. Like, I still buy their models, obviously. I am still of the opinion that GW produces among the best miniatures on the market because they do understand the right level of detail for the scale that they produce. And a lot of other companies that try to compete with them, a lot of you know, 3D artists in the STL market, they don't necessarily understand the level of detail aspect of creating models and end up over detailing things. And I've gone over this many times. So yeah, like I said, I do believe that GW 100% makes the best models, or among the best models on the market. There are people who make really great models that are better priced. There are 3D artists out there that do a really fantastic job, but GW models are the easiest to get a hold of. Like, hands down, they have the best and easy to get models that exist. And that's commendable, you know? And so, like I said, yes, I do still buy their stuff, and I do that because I do like their product. But I will not buy direct from GW if I can avoid it, because I don't feel that they deserve it. So I will go to my LGS And I will, if they've got something in stock, I'll buy it from them. If they don't have it in stock, I'll see if they can get it. But I will do what I can to avoid buying directly from Games Workshop or Warhammer or whatever they want to call themselves now. Because I think their practices are very toxic. And I understand that the things that I'm saying mean I will never have a Games Workshop sponsorship. I will likely never receive any of the free models that they send out to influencers, no matter how big I get. I understand that. But like I said, if I can ignore their business practices as best I can, I will. Only buy from stores on Amazon. I don't really buy a lot on Amazon as far as some of these things go, because they can be a little scummy. You can have some issues about what you're actually receiving. So some of the people on Amazon sell recasts. Like they sell, like there are people in China who will get a hold of the product and they will cast the sprues and sell those as if they are genuine. And that's a really bad thing that happens on Amazon and other sellers with like private websites and whatnot. That's a thing that can be a big problem, and you don't necessarily know that that's happening. Sometimes it's really hard to tell. Sometimes it's really easy to tell. So that's why I say I try to buy from an actual hobby store if at all possible. Because it does help to mitigate that, and at the same time, you support a local business. I always want to say support local business. GW gives free models. Geez, how do I get at 5 million viewers? Yeah, see, that's the thing. Because yeah, if you watch who is it? Tabletop Time, Squidmar, Ninjon, Miniac, any of the guys that are like in that kind of field, they oftentimes get, the influencer box, so that they will help to sell the newly releasing models. Like that happens all
Quick,
the,
Rory,
all the
drink
time.
me Estes
Oh,
flask.
hey Kim, you're late. Guessing you just woke up. So like that's the thing. Like influencers will get stuff. Influencers oftentimes do not get an influencer package though. They usually get the actual retail box. So that is another thing that I like, kind of sort of makes sense. Like give them the retail box. I think they should be sending them reduced versions of what they send out. They shouldn't be sending out the full Skaventide box to influencers. They should send out like a handful of things from them for them to print up, or for them to paint up, that they can hopefully get done in time. Or because when they do that, like one of the things that they do to their store managers is they share very little information with the people who actually run the stores. And they do that because they're trying to reduce the chance of leaks happening. Nope, my nephew can just hate me. Oh, I'm sorry, Kim, but you should know what time I go live. Anyways, sorry, I'm being a dick. I'll stop that. So yeah, like they a follow. Serial killer. Love it. Love the name. Thank you for the follow, serial killer. Yeah, they don't send information to their store managers because the idea is they're trying to prevent leaks. However, 90%, like 99% of their leaks come from influencers that they send product to early. You were running late. I was running late. Like I said, I was being an ass. I was being an ass, Kim. You know how I am. And yes, I was running late. I do apologize for that. For anybody who was looking for me on time, I have no clue when Visit come online. I just see the notification while watching something else. There is a schedule on the Discord, if you want to look that up. I also have a schedule here on Twitch. that states when I should be going online. If that helps, Necron. Hey, just coming by to say hi. All right, Swag Nate. Appreciate you coming by. I will never look at your schedule. That's fine, man. I stream Friday through Tuesday at 2:30 Central, if that helps. I was late today. That was definitely the case. I was late today. I did not feel well. You already know this. We already went over this. I'm feeling much better now. Like I said, I just needed my medication to kick in, and I'm feeling much better now. It's just I hate that I have to have so many drugs in my system to feel like a person. I'm getting very annoyed by that. Makes it more fun when I get a surprise if you're coming online. Hey, you'll figure it out eventually, I feel. I stream all the goddamn time. So I don't know if you caught my stream with Kim the other day. I was online with Kim on Wednesday. We were playing Pal World over on their channel. That was fun. I very much had to be not myself. I had to be very much not myself for that audience because I don't think they were going to be able to take me being as mean to Kim as I usually am. So, yeah. That was a bit of a challenge. You gave away on what days you stream, so partially took the surprise away. I'm sorry. I was online. I did not stream myself, but I was online with Kim on Wednesday. We were playing some Pal World. Their chat blew the fuck up on Wednesday. I don't know if you noticed that, Kim, but I think your chat was about double its usual size. Not because of me. It was 100% not because of me. It was 100% because of the game we were playing. I feel the struggle. Yeah, I take Zoloft. Him and from it. Self daily. It's annoying to need to rely on meds sometimes. I really wish that is what all it was, Swagnate. I have a bunch of prescription drugs, and then I have a bunch of over-the-counter drugs that I need to take to support them. Were you the silent type in their stream? No, I talked a bit. We definitely had conversations and whatnot, but I couldn't be as present as I am here, or even as present as I am whenever it's just the two of us playing, because I'm a complete and total asshole when we're playing, and it's really fucked up. So I take my stuff by the 6 hours, so 12 pills. Yeah, okay, that's still a lot. So right now okay, let me see if I can remember this. I have a couple of 12-hour meds. I have a few 8 hours. Like I said, I have some support. I have a once a week, and I have a few support meds. So the main issue right now is my once a week medication. I take Manjaro on Thursdays, which is an injection. So I have to take that injection once a week, and it's supposed to help my blood sugar as well as be an appetite suppressant. Doesn't really work as an appetite suppressant after the first day, and the only reason it works like that on the first day is because it gives me insane nausea. So you changed your persona to maintain your integrity. I changed my persona to maintain their integrity. I was on someone else's stream. I didn't want to be the center of attention. Like that's the thing is I need like it was their stream. It's their chat. I'm there as a support entity. I didn't want to be too invasive. One day, probably October, November, we do plan on streaming together. We have not picked an exact date for that. But it'll be a simultaneous stream, I think. I'm not sure. Kim, you can confirm or deny whatever you choose to do. But the idea is that we are going to stream together. And I'm going to be a hell of a lot more present because it is going to be a both of us stream, and it's also going to be a pretty fast-paced game. So that is not until after I finish my competition with these bitches. So I was bitching about medication. So yeah, I take my Manjaro, which causes nausea, and it increases like I hate to say this, it increases mucus production. So I have to take a mucus reducer as well as an anti-nausea pill as well as an anti-headache pill. Plus I have to overhydrate compared to normal. So like I'm really bad at drinking as much as I should. Okay. But I have to literally drink extra compared to what your daily recommendation is with this drug, or else it causes other increased issues in the few days immediately after taking the injection. So I absolutely hate taking the Manjaro. But anybody who's looking for like a weight loss medication and your doctor's like, oh well, there's Manjaro, don't fucking don't. It's not worth it. It's terrible. I really don't like when a person is supposed to be a side character but takes over the stream instead. Yeah, that was a concern. Like I said, it wasn't my stream. I didn't want to take away from that. So what are you yelling about now? I'm yelling about all sorts of things. You know how I am, Wolf. What game? I'm not going to reveal that yet. We were fuck you, Wolf. We were playing Pal World. We were playing Pal World over on Kim's stream. And really only because Kim did not want to stop playing. We were playing that morning. What she yelling for? Unnecessary, sir. We were playing Pal World on their we were playing just together in the morning. And Kim didn't know what to play for stream. And I suggested, hey, why don't we just play Pal World? And they agreed to it. And so we played Pal World together. Over on their stream. It was fun. We're not super far along. We're like mid-level, I think. Well, no, I say that. Kim's in the 40s. I'm still in the 30s. And I think the game tops out in the mid 50s. So we've been doing a lot of stuff in there. I'm not really into watching people play games. I prefer to play, but I lack the technology. I get you. I don't watch a lot of people play games either. I usually always am in a handful of streams. Like I hang out a lot in Micah's stream. I hang out over in Booty's stream. I hang out in Kim's, Macron's. Those are the main ones that I usually join. Anytime that I see them online, I'm not necessarily chatting. Kind of like how Wolf will come in here and is not necessarily chatting. Or other folks who just tend to lurk. I don't do a whole lot of chatting in other folks' streams. I know I should, but I don't. I just like hanging out with folks and seeing what's going on with them. So yeah. Well, also I'm not an asshole and interrupt. Well, that's fair. That's fair, Wolf. I also, I assume, and I could be assuming wrong, Wolf, that, you're probably waiting for me to finish working on these so you can ask me to do some of your stuff. I don't know if that's true or not. I know we talked about me working on a model for you. But of course, I'm working on this for my competition. And I just figured you were being polite about that, if we're being totally honest. But you do tend to be a more polite individual than some people that I see. But that's I'm not saying that like a negative way. No, I can't do anything now. Wife has my money tied up. Oh well. I'm sorry. I know you said you. Oh, okay. Since you're here, Wolf, we were talking about this earlier. And I think I misunderstood because I was in the chat when you were talking about working on a contemptor, and that you were annoyed by it being split between plastic and resin. I don't think he did. He may have. I don't think he did. I don't know. I don't pay attention to Asmongold. And I think I misquoted in the complaint that you were having. So what's your problem with working on that contemptor? Oh, okay. I'll take a look at that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay, I get it. That's really crunchy. That's really crunchy. Yeah, I can see why you don't like that. I'm used to full resin kits, not half and half. Yeah, yeah, that, I mean, hell, well, I mean, at least you can still get a pretty decent torso. Like, that's at least something. Yeah, that's real crunchy. I saw him streaming, but with the name Zach Rar. Okay, that's weird. No, I remember the full resin kits. I had a full resin basic contemptor that I didn't really enjoy. But I think that was more of it being a basic contemptor and not like a chapter specific one, because the chapter specific ones look so much better. Then I was bitching about how Terminators and Mark 6 Marines are the same size. Are they really? I was not aware of that. Yeah, I'd probably be annoyed by that too. I can't say as I blame you, but you know, you gotta do with whatever GW feels like they want the system to be. But no, that does seem really stupid. Terminators and Mark 6s being the same size, that's really stupid. I do see not liking the whole plastic and resin kits. I don't understand why they insist on doing half in resin. Like, you can easily get away with doing plastic for those and getting just as much detail. Like, I know that they used to not be able to do that. They used to lose a lot of detail for the Forge World stuff by doing plastic, but the plastic technology has gotten so much better. I don't see what the problem is. GW is going to get my boot in there if they don't start making Reaver Titans. I mean, if you want, hey, I think I saw that that printer that I shared with you, I believe, is in stock. If you want to get you a printer system and maybe make one yourself. It took them forever, but I think they finally got that shit in stock. How did I fuck that up? How did I fuck? So, there is always the option of printing one yourself. I know that, oh, I don't think you're opposed to doing that, but if you are, that's, never mind. I've got some stuff that I've been printing the past few days, trying to get ready for October. I think I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, I'm printing up some stuff to get ready for October streams, doing some Halloween stuff. Now GW is going to discontinue the Titans. You know what? Honestly, Necron, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. You know, I don't think they will, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did, because it's not super profitable. You know, there's still a lot sitting on the shelf right now. Yeah, I might as well do that. I would, just before the Forge World stuff, but when you think about it, it's just a sheet of paper numbering the Titan. That's kind of true, yeah. I've never seen an STL for a Reaver. I've never looked for an STL for a Reaver, so that does not mean they don't exist. But I've never seen one. Again, never looked for it because it's not been a priority. Though I do think if you print one yourself, you have a better chance at not having the extreme issues that you have with Forge World stuff. Because Forge World stuff is solid, whereas you can hollow out the stuff that you print, so you don't have to worry about weight nearly as much. I have an STL for a Reaver. Oh, hey, well, there you go. The price is mainly the reason for the lack of buying Titans. Well, yes. It's also because they don't necessarily want people buying Titans. Like, they do produce them. I feel like they produce them begrudgingly because, people want them to produce them. But they don't want people using Titans. That's why games are not usually sized where a Titan can be applied. They don't want to be producing them because they're expensive to produce, so they charge an outlandish amount for them. Model I've seen. That doesn't sound right. Wait, you're Canadian, aren't you? I can't remember, Necron. Because I can't recall seeing a 2,000. I remember seeing 2,500 for a Warlord. No, US? Okay, then I don't know who I'm thinking of. I don't remember seeing anything that was that expensive. That does not mean that you were wrong. That means I don't remember seeing it. And my memory is shit. 16 Warhounds, 8 Reavers, 4 Warlords, 2 War Master, and 1 Imperator. Like you have to get some of those printed though, don't you? Like the War Master and the Imperator, you have to get those printed, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, like I knew the Imperator didn't exist. I wasn't sure about the War Master because I frankly don't know what the fuck a War Master is. But like years since I looked at a Titan. Again, the last time I remember looking at a Titan, they had the builder on their website, which I don't think they have the builder anymore. And I put one together that I liked, and I think it cost me I think it was going to be cost like $2,500. And I was like, you know what? No, I don't need that. I don't need that. That's not something that I need to get a hold of. So, I also think, I've done vehicles since then. I haven't really ever liked working on vehicles, so I don't think I would enjoy working on a Titan. Not of that scale, at least. I do still have my Warhounds from Imperialis that I need to get built. I'm looking forward to working on those. What the fuck was that? That was a big thump. I don't know what that thump was. 1,800 for the Warlord body, and after all the ad and weapons, it's like 3,000. Okay, that's fair. 2,500 is like a used car. Yeah, it is. It really, yeah. This hobby is so insanely expensive. I'm not sure if that thump came from my apartment or if it came from the apartment next door. I don't know if I need to be worried about it. Because if that was rain, I might need to check on it. How long are we till the ad break? We got about 3 minutes? Okay. Yeah, I have an STL for a Warlord somewhere. It's designed to be epic scale, but they did add in a scaling manager for it so that I could do a full size. I considered doing that, like printing the head and printing that and painting that up on stream. I don't know that I will. I'll probably work on. I'll probably work on my knights and my epic skill. Oh shit! Well, that tracks. Are you okay? You dropped something? I heard a really loud thump. I didn't know if that was you or if that was them. Oh, okay, okay. That was all right. Nothing to be worried about though. Well, I did also just get paint all over my shirt. Hopefully that washes out. RS Blunden. Well, that tells you how that's going. So my bot is telling me we've got about a minute before before an ad break is supposed to hit. It takes like 30 seconds to a minute whenever the timer goes down. The timer's at 40 seconds now. So we've got an ad that's going to be hitting up soon. So RS, I will have to really address that here in a little bit. Take your shirt off and wash it now. No, this shirt already has a really big grease stain on it, so it's basically a sacrificed shirt at this point. Because this grease stain won't come out. RS, I'm doing well. Like I said, I'm showing 15 seconds before the ad break theoretically will start. So I'm gonna go on to break. Do you use matte varnish or anything after you finish your models? No, I don't typically. But it depends on the model. Models that I'm gonna be giving to somebody or I'm selling or something like that, I do. But we'll continue this whenever I come back from break. The ad is going to start any second now, so I'm going to go to the Be Right Back screen. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Okay, so ad should be over. Think. Not positive, but I think it is. Okay. Curious what people. Oh, y'all talked. Looking to varnish. Here's what people you like / use. Okay, so when it comes to varnishing, let me get down to the drawer. I've got a lot of drawers open right now. I use 2 different varnishes depending on the mood. So you need to move so I don't destroy you. So if I need a satin varnish for whatever reason, I go with the Citadel Unitorm varnish. This works out just fine for me. Can I get this in a, there we go. Citadel Unitorm varnish. That is microphone. Can you behave, please? That's what I use. Like I said, this is what I use for satin if I need it for whatever reason. So if I was doing something like a what's it called? Custodes army, that's going to be 90% metallics. I would probably go with something like this, but I do that very seldom. For the most part, I use regular old Army Painter matte varnish. As much as I hate to admit it, this is the one that has done me the most good as far as a matte varnish goes. I did try to use Winsor Newton matte varnish. Fuck them. That is not matte. That is a gloss varnish. Fuck that shit. Do not use the Winsor Newton matte varnish. It's not matte. It's not even satin. It's fucking gloss. They are liars. But the Army Painter matte varnish is the one that I usually prefer to use when I'm, like I said, whenever I varnish something. I sent a bunch of stuff to name Walrus, who's in chat, because I painted up some stuff for them, and I varnished those models just to kind of protect them on their way down. So if, like I said, if I'm sending them to somebody else or I'm giving them away or whatever, a lot of times whenever I do a model for rain, I will varnish it because our cat has a tendency of hopping up on their desk and knocking shit over. So I have to varnish almost all of Rain's models. And like I said, I just use Army Painter matte because that's the one I like. It's easy to get a hold of. It works really well. You got to shake it up a lot, just like you do with any rattle can. You got to make sure you do a really good shake before using it. But once you know it's in a good condition, it's in a good condition, and you don't have to worry about it. It works really well. So that's typically what I will use. Varnish you've shown is also a matte varnish. No, it is not. It is a satin. Unitorm varnish is a satin. If you ask the actual managers at Citadel, they will tell you it is satin, just like most of their paints are. It is designed to work with their paints, so it is not matte. It is semi-satin. Hi, Mew. Where you been, baby? I missed you. You ain't been around too much lately. No, you're still hanging out in VR. What am I saying? Of course you're in VR. So yeah. Nice seeing you stop by, Mew. I know you have so many things that you're always busy with. It is nice to have you come by. But yeah. Yeah, Blunden. Well, I don't know how to say your fucking name. I'm gonna say Blunden because it's more fun to say it that way. That is the varnish that I use when I use a varnish. As far as paints go, I use all sorts of paints. I have hundreds upon hundreds of paints. So that is a dangerous question to ask. But varnishes, I've experimented with several. I only have liked a couple. We were talking about something. We were talking about Titans. We were talking about Titans before the break. I think we kind of exhausted that topic though. So I don't really think there's anything left to talk about there. Does anybody? I asked this earlier, but we've got more people now. Well, we had more people. Some folks have dipped out, but that's fine. what are our plans this weekend, folks? We got some stuff going on. Do Mew, baby, why do you do this to me? Damn, girl. All right, yeah. This is why I can't show your shit off on stream. Do you have anything else that you're working on right now, Mew? I never know. I never know what you've got going on. More D&D this weekend. You always have D&D, Walrus. That seems to be what 80% of your life is at this point is D&D. I mean, I'm not saying don't. Like, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's what a lot of your life is focused around. You know, I know some folks probably got to work this weekend, which is unfortunate for them. I know other folks are going to be doing stuff like gaming, maybe some painting. I don't know what everybody necessarily does. I obviously am going to be working this weekend. I'm going to be doing. I do plan on streaming tomorrow, and Sunday. I want to start early tomorrow. I can't guarantee that I will, though. Getting closer and closer to the monster under the city. Well, that's good. Always nice to progress things along. Your games can get slow sometimes. Because I know people don't necessarily want to do what you want them to do, and you have a really bad habit of not pushing people in a certain direction to move things along. And I know that you're doing the whole player agency thing, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, I know that is something that happens in your games. So I know progression of any nature is a welcome thing for what you're getting going. Oh man, I am getting tired. Probably the cocktail of drugs that are in my system. How would you push a D&D campaign if players are getting sidetracked? There's a few different ways that you can do that. It does require a bit of improving. If players are trying to do certain things, the easiest way to do it is to tell them no. Instagram. Oh, Mew with the Insta link. Yeah, that also is a good way of going about it. Click on, Oh, I already saw this one, apparently. I have apparently liked this photo already. I don't remember that. It probably popped up while I was delirious and looking at Instagram in the middle of the night. She does look good, Mew. Mew, I'm curious, because I think I saw something earlier, and it was, do you have someone else print your minis for you, or do you print them yourself? I was never really sure about that. Okay, so while I give you a chance to answer, back to Necron's question, Yeah, the illusion of choice is a good thing to kind of push them in the direction you want them to go. Also, like I said, telling them no is always something that you're allowed to do as a DM. It's really hard to do, but like all of your professional DMs like will tell you, like, you can tell your players no, or you can give them a subtle nudge to go the other way. You get them off of Etsy, okay. I wasn't sure because everything that you have seems to be 3D prints. Anyways, another way is to try to incorporate what you want them to do in what they want to do. They can be like, oh, we're gonna go and we're gonna do this, and you can use that decision and you can implement things to try to turn them around and go back the way that you want them to. Like make everything that they're doing about going a certain direction, whether they want it or not. And so that leans more into the illusion of choice. So there's that. The group I DM for was easy to keep on track by saying someone wants to talk to the leader. That's one way of doing it. Yeah. Like I said, if they start going off, it's making it so that it guides back around. Improv is difficult if you're not used to it. But improv is definitely something that you have to worry about as a DM, because you can't account for what every decision a player is going to make. And you never really will be able to, sadly enough. But there's always there are ways of guiding it. There's always ways of guiding it. Whenever I was playing with Walrus, our group had a really bad habit, like teleporting to the moon. Yeah, that was so dumb. That was so dumb. I can't believe he decided to do that. But yeah, whenever I was when I was playing with Walrus, our group was really bad about getting sidetracked and doing whatever the fuck we wanted to, and made it very difficult for Walrus to keep up with us and keep us on track. So I 100% think there were times where Walrus was really just really getting sick of our shit. And there were times I was getting sick of other players' shit. We had one player that decided their character needed more angst, and so they used a disintegrate spell on themselves. Like that. I don't know how. I don't know how to express the frustration in that fact that happened. And we happened to be lucky that I had a companion with an exceptionally high sneak skill that was able to keep an eye on them. Like I had a companion that had like a plus 14 to sneak or stealth or whatever the fuck it's called. And so, yeah, it was just... That helped us out a lot. Jules tries to justify it, and I still don't get the reason behind it. I don't either. I don't understand it. He's tried so many times to justify that shit, and it's like, no, there was no fucking point in that. And the group obeyed the player assigned as the leader. Oh, well, hey, if you can get your group to obey someone, that's great. That didn't happen with our group. Not even sort of. There was a lot of party character conflict. Usually, my fault. But my characters all had principles, so was Tyranid based? Oh, of course it was. There's a lot of weird shit that you got to worry about with players when you're trying to run a D&D campaign. It's always just trying to lead it back in. Honey, you are gonna kill me. Oh, that's just a regular one. Okay. Oh, you're watching me on... That is gorgeous. Mute, someday I'm going to have to hop into VR and go to some of these locations with you. That is beautiful. Absolutely love that. Still weird to see me on the big screen, but that is absolutely gorgeous. Anyways, because I'm now listening to things that I just said and realizing how fucking creepy that sounded. Yeah. Like I said, name Walrus had a lot of difficulty reining us in. We worked against him a lot, like way more than we should have. And so that was a regrettable thing. To be fair, most of your characters' interactions weren't that bad in comparison. My characters, like I said, my specific characters, while sounds about right. Yeah, well, you know, Vera, you know how all of us are. My characters were just fuck me. We're just regular people. Like I said, they had ethics, they had principles. It was interactions with some of the longer standing characters. Like I changed characters a lot because I constantly got bored with what I was working with, or there was a conflict that would make my characters want to leave. One of the difficult times for a melee, I had a player tied up the entire fight. I mean, that happens. Rain was playing with us, and there was a lot of times where Rain would make certain decisions, like when building a character, that ended up not working out for combat. Like there was one time where Rain had just used, I think they just acquired a feat that gave them an extra 10 feet of running, or an extra 10 feet of movement. And so they used their movement in battle, and because of that, they ended up not being able to participate in the fight because everything ended up taking to the sky, and she didn't get fly cast on her, so she was basically unable to do anything for the entire fight. So, that happens. And yes, I bring that up, Walrus, because Rain was very annoyed by that fight. And there's times where we had one guy who was all melee and could never. I hated fight. Anytime you brought a flyer in, I fucking hated you. But that's another thing entirely. We had one guy who very frequently would get into a fight as a melee and would miss every single swing because he would roll too low. He would always just be rolling low. Or another player who constantly made bad decisions and kept getting downed in the middle of a fight and had to get rescued. That was a pretty often occurrence. That's not his fault though. His luck is still bad. No, I believe it. No, I believe that his luck is just shit. He can't roll for a goddamn thing. That's why he needs to start using the digital rollers. The reason why he's tied up was because Tierna was trying to eat him. That happens. That happens. Sometimes that's just that's the way that things go, and you have to deal with things on the fly and hope for the best. He doesn't suck his bad rolls. Oh, that's fucking shit. Well, that sucks for him. That's all I can say to that is that sucks for him. body hates me so much today. What? How long are we in? We're 2.5 hours in? Okay. I'm probably gonna cut at 3 hours today, guys. I know that's early. It's a lot earlier than usual. Oh, Mew. Give it. Mew. Why? What did you do to me? That title does not help me, Mew. I'm not gonna watch that right now, but that title does not help. Did I post Tuesday's stream? I don't think I did. I can't remember. I can't remember if I posted Tuesday's stream or not. God damn it. It always makes me nervous whenever you make clips of me, because I never know what I say. Especially with a title like Aw. I have no idea what that could be an implication to. And all I have is a Quest 2, so I don't really know how to make fucking VR work. That I could do something like that with a decent fucking sound profile. And Rain won't let me get a better VR setup, mostly because we can't afford it, and because she's very much correct that I shouldn't have one. But that doesn't change the fact that I want a better VR setup. Like I keep trying to get a Quest 3 because I really like it, or an Index. Definitely can't afford an Index. But yeah, that's something that I've been trying to convince Rain to let me do, and rightfully so. Rain keeps telling me no. So like, don't try to like imagine that like I'm being petulant here. Like I understand that I should not be spending the money that I spend, especially whenever I spend, you know, several $100s on paint in one day, whenever I definitely should not have done that. But it doesn't change the fact that I want to. But I probably will never be a VR streamer, so also a reason to not do that. I'm going to be predominantly a painting streamer. Eventually, I think my artist that is doing a new model for me, I think is creating a VR model, and I was not expecting that. I was expecting a 2D model, and they're doing a 3D/VR model. So that's gonna be an interesting thing to figure out. Gonna have to get that rigged up. I have been meaning to get. You complimented me. I did. Okay. I do that all the time, Mew. Like, or at least I feel like I do. I didn't think it was rare for me to compliment you, but hey, you know. If that is a rarity of mine, I apologize. I mean to compliment you more often. I like your work. I really do. I was gonna see about having you rig up my new avatar whenever I eventually get it in, you know, 6 to 8 months. But that is a not right now situation. That is a eventually situation, because it's not done. I should send you the way that it looks so far, though. See what your thoughts are. Because I had a few notes about it that I wasn't crazy about, but I could also use an educated eye, so to speak. I say educated. I don't know, like you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Oh god, I hate the way this looks. You mean experience? Thank you, Necron. That is what I mean. That is exactly what I mean. Experience. I'm hoping there's not a dicks out version of it, but I never fucking know. I know when Cinder gets her new models, there is a full nude version that she always gets from her artist for rigging purposes, even though she doesn't use it. There is a full nude version that exists of all of her models, and so if there is a full nude version of it, I understand. It would be funny. No, it wouldn't. There's no need for that. There's no need for there to be a sexy version of, or that type of sexy version of my model. I do need to get a Zaddy version of it, which that will be a down the line sort of thing. But we only use Zaddy on special occasions. So then you start a Fansly. I am not starting a Fansly. Yeah, have you? Yeah, okay. So on my 10-hour stream, we introduced Zaddy Visit. That had there was a special command to bring out an alternate version of my model, who we call Zaddy, and he is a special occasions only situation. So he will be available again during the 12-hour stream on the 13th. He will be made available again. He will be more expensive than he was last time. But yeah, that is something that we do for specialty streams. So the 10-hour that we were working on the Colossal Squig, Zaddy was available, and then on like I said, on October 13th, second Sunday of October, we're gonna have Boosted Boy. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and the Prime. Thank you for the Prime too. Really appreciate that. And we'll combine points. Yeah. So yeah. No, Zaddy's gonna be is bits. No, bringing Zaddy out is bits because it's an embarrassing version of my model. We're working on a potential. I've thought about doing a potential gender bend version of Visit, but I don't think that's on the cards for a while. That's not going to be yeah. I don't think we're going to be doing that anytime soon. But yeah, Zaddy will be available as a bits summon on October 13th when we're doing the 12-hour stream, working on Archeon Everchosen. That is the thank you stream for reaching 200 followers. We are now working our way towards 500. And if we can reach the 500 mark, we're going to do another 12-hour stream working on what the fuck is it called? The bird. The bird demon. I forget his fucking name. Hang on, I've got him up on another screen. Kairos Fate Weaver. If we when we reach 500, that's going to trigger us doing a 12-hour stream to work on Kairos Fate Weaver. So that is one that I'm looking forward to doing if we reach it, or rather when we reach it. We're at, what are we at right now? 214. Still got quite a ways to go. I just painted 20 Poxwalkers and 7 Plague Marines. I'm taking a break right now. I don't blame you. Are you working on the Plague Marine Combat Patrol? Because that's what it sounds like you're doing. Because that, I remember doing that one. Yeah, I bet you. Yeah, I fucking know, man. Yeah, the combat patrol is it's a wild one. I want to redo my typhus. I'm not happy with how my typhus turned out. My poxwalkers, I like. My regular plague boys or plague marines, I like them. I don't like how my typhus turned out, so I'm going to be redoing him at some point in time. I don't think I'm going to strip that model. I think I'm going to actually buy another one. Oh yeah. Can we get the Discord posted real quick? Anybody? I think anybody has that command. If you would like to join the Discord, if you would like to share anything, please do so. A warning, if you hop into the not safe for work section, there's a lot of furry porn in there. If you're not into furry porn, I would avoid it. Plaguefester Warband, as well. Thank you, Vera. Well, I'm working as well. Okay. Boosted boy. Oh, you did join. Yeah, lots of cool sections. Like I said, the not safe for work section called that way for a fucking reason. So, which is really unfortunate because it does seem to be the most active part of the Discord. So anytime I open up Discord on my phone, there's always either Mew, tits, or pussy on my screen, and it's really embarrassing if someone happens to be looking at my phone when I do that. Like I'm not saying stop. I'm not saying stop, but it happens way more than it should. Like to an embarrassing degree. And I really need to not leave Discord from that channel, but I do all the time because, like I said, that's the channel that's most frequently used. So that's one thing. Again, there's the daily flashbang, which I'm not gonna lie, I love it. I know it's stupid of me to admit that, but I do. Sounds like someone should pay attention to their surroundings. You're right. 100%. Paying attention is not a strong point of mine. Not sure if you've noticed. But paying attention is definitely, I'll post on Monday. I want to work on them some more. All right, you're good, brother. You do things at your own leisure. But yeah. No, paying attention is definitely a weak point of mine that I need to work on. I won't, but I should. But most of the time I don't care because I don't leave the house very much. I'm almost always home because I can't leave, honestly, because a lot of times I'm not in any condition to leave. I have to take a shit ton of medication before I can leave, or else I usually collapse into a mess of writhing flesh at some point in time. I was first to learn to pay attention to my surroundings when I was flight aircraft maintenance. Yeah, that sounds like something that you would need to pay attention to your surroundings on. There's been a lot of times where paying attention to my surroundings would have been beneficial. I had one job where I shouldn't give too many of those details away. I had one job where I was a driver for certain individuals that I probably shouldn't have been driving for, but it paid really well, and paying attention was a necessity for that job, for more reasons than what you're thinking. but I don't want to say too much of that online because I could implicate myself in some things that I don't want to implicate myself in. So I'm going to move on from that. Being in desert theme right now in the Grelian Earth with lava rocks. I'm doing kind of a Mojave look for my what are they called? My Stormcast. So like this is one of my flyers, but like you can see what I mean as far as like I was also an Uber driver. I was not an Uber driver. I will say that it was not Uber. It was definitely a contract job, but it was not Uber. Anyways, yeah. So my bases are kind of deserty. Like I said, I was going for more. I was going for a more Mojave look. I really like the Mojave kind of styling. So a lot of my armies have this styling of base, even though it doesn't really play well with my Stormcast because the gold with the brown yellow plants isn't necessarily the best choice. But it's also not distracting. Like it works well, but it's not distracting. And I think that's the biggest thing is to do it that way. So yeah, like I said, I have kind of a Mojave look for my Stormcast. And I've really enjoyed the basing. Like, see? Different types of grass. A decent, like sandy kind of dirt. With that yellow-brown dirt. And then, not a lot, like, I'm basically avoiding greens. There's a little bit of green in the flock that I use. I could have gone with a more red flock. But I went with something that has a little touch of green to it to make it look a little different from the tufts. Some brown grass tufts. Gamer's grass. You want good tufts? Gamer's grass. I will always recommend Gamer's grass. No matter what it is. They are like some of the fucking here. Hold on. You know what? Because I'm gonna rant and rave on them right now. Oh, the reflections kind of suck, but yeah, there you go. So like those are some of the larger tufts. As far as the Gamer's grass goes, so some nice brown, large ones, and then there's the smaller stuff there. I like those are what I've been using most recently, as you can see. Kind of, I just bought these not that long ago. And then these they don't come in a whole lot of different colors, which is why I have the yellow ones. I also went with the yellow ones, like I said, to give a little bit difference in color. But these are some taller spiky plants. They've got a little bit of a thorny look to them. I really like these. As far as flock goes, I haven't been using Gamer's grass because I can't get it. Like I have a store nearby, but the Warlord game. Let me get this fucking thing off. I don't know how easy this stuff is to get a hold of. If I'm being totally honest, but the Warlord games. This is the tufts. Not the tuft, the flock that I'm using. And so it's got kind of like I said, it's got a yellow, brown, green in there. And then another one that I have is this. I thought this was too dark. That's why I didn't go with it. It would look too much like the tufts. And I wanted a little bit of plant variety. So, but this is also Warlord games. So it looks pretty good too. And if you don't want to go with Gamer's Grass or Warlord, and you're wanting colorful stuff, Huge Miniatures does really good flowers. They do exceptional flowers. And then they've got, this is one of the other flocks that I use. This is a mixture of rocks and sponge and then regular old flock. This is what I usually use for my green flock because there's a lot of variety to it. And that's huge miniatures. Those are the things that I recommend the most. Huge miniatures, Gamer's Grass. I recommend Gamer's Grass over anything, though. Gamer's Grass has a ton of stuff that you can find. I recommend that before anything else. A lot of places you're going to have to order that. I do have a shop in my local area that carries it. They don't carry everything because you can't. But that is usually, I have to, my LGS to see if they have it. They probably don't. If I'm being totally honest, your LGS probably does not have it. But you can order it from their website. It's rare to find a place that has it. However, you can request that they get it and see what happens. I have requested it so I have one LGS that I don't like shopping at, that they're the ones who carry it. I have requested it at the one that I do like going to, that's like right up the street from me. And I showed them like what it's like and that kind of stuff. Like I brought a few miniatures up there and they looked at it and they really liked it. And they are talking with their distributors now, trying to get it in stock there. So if they don't have it, see if they can get it. See if one of their distributors carries it. See if they're able to get it in. Because if they are, it's the best tufts that I've ever used. So, yeah, like I said, huge miniatures is another really good one. But I usually just go with them for flowers because they have really colorful flowers. They also have a paint line, but most people won't carry their paint line because of the way that huge miniatures requires LGSs to order. They require larger orders for replenishment, and that's not typically something you see when ordering paint. You usually do a really big initial order, and your first replenishment is usually really big. But after that, it's, here and there kind of stuff. But huge miniatures requires larger orders, and so they're a little difficult to work with. So that's one reason why my LGS will only order they'll really only order tufts and flowers and flock from them and they'll wait till they're basically out before they place another order. Because they have to. Like I said, they require 2 large orders from stores. Again, you can usually order any of this stuff online, no problem. So if you're not able to get it from your stores, it is always an option to go to the websites of any of these manufacturers, and you can usually acquire whatever you need. Oh, that was wrong. That was not what I wanted. I can use that, but I'm not happy about it. It is very warm in here right now. I don't know why it's so warm in here. Fan on. There we go. That's a little better. The sun's probably hitting the what? Why are you doing that? Why are you making that noise? Are you hitting that fucking model? Yeah, you are. Dog, okay. You're here. Dog, I watched you one day. I hopped over into your stream. I wasn't there for very long because I didn't have a lot of time. But I hopped over into your stream one day. And brother, you need to talk more. That is all I got to say, brother. You need to talk way more. You do not talk nearly enough. Accidentally you mean unfollowed? You accidentally unfollowed. Well, that happens. So yeah, I appreciate you getting the number back up there. But yeah, brother, you need to talk more. My mic glitches. I understand. I I've put an insane amount of money into my sound setup, so I totally get having problems with that. But man, you were essentially silent, and I had no fucking clue what was going on your stream. I don't typically watch Rainbow Six, so that's another reason why I didn't really know what was going on. So like that aspect is not your fault. That is I don't pay attention to Rainbow Six. But yeah, you got to engage with your audience more, man, and you will get more followers. But I think I was watching, and what was memorable to me. Okay, I have past streams on, and I think it's cool. Okay. I remember whenever I was watching your stream, you were hunched down next to like some drywall, like a stack of drywall or a crate or something, and you turned around and you started shooting at the ceiling. And I did not understand what the hell was going on when you did that, because your game audio, I couldn't really hear your game audio very well. And like I said, you weren't necessarily talking at the time. So you started shooting up at the ceiling, and then a dude walked into your crosshairs and you shot him in the face. I thought that was hysterical. But in R6 you can shoot through non-steel walls. Okay. I'm just telling you, like, my experience in your stream, brother. I have not gotten a chance to hop back into any of your streams since then, because you've usually been streaming while you like gone live while I was already online, or you were going live like whenever I was in the middle of something else and I didn't have the ability to go over and check you out anymore. I've tried to come over and hang out in your streams though. I always like boosting up other creators. I myself am pretty small in my opinion, and I wanna help out anybody I can getting bigger. It seems childish for no reason, bro. I mean, I get that. It happens. You know, that happens. I can't I can't speak for that. I haven't heard I've never heard your voice. Like, oh no, I don't know what to tell you, man. I've never heard your voice. I can't say anything one way or the other. I will try to catch your streams more often though, man. Like I said, I wanna promote up anybody I can. Anybody who's willing to come in here and help me out, I'm willing. I try to go in and help y'all out. The game angers me. Never played. I've never played. I have no intention on playing. It is not, of what little I've seen of it, it is not my style. I don't do a lot of squad-based things. I'm not good in a squad. Especially whenever I can't talk to them. Like, if I... Like, that's one reason why I don't really participate in a lot of dungeons in WoW, is because I can't talk to the people I'm with so that we can coordinate better and things like that. Like, I know that's a game that I'm sure there is, like, in-game mic and yada, yada, yada. And it's something you can do. But it doesn't look like something that a lot of people really give a shit about. And yeah, I don't do well in squads. Like, I used to play, I used to stream Overwatch occasionally, back in another lifetime when I was somebody else. And I did okay in those. I did a lot better in the 1v1s. Cause there was an event going on. I would only ever stream on holidays, right? Back then I was doing predominantly YouTube stuff, and I would only stream on holidays. And so there was a 1v1 event going on in Overwatch, and so I participated in that. I did okay. I've not always been Visit. Visit is a new entity that's only been around for 4 or 5 months. But I've done other channels several times. Like I did YouTube for a while. as a different person in 2 different instances. I had 2 different channels. I originally started out as a duo with a friend of mine, and we eventually had to stop doing that because of life. And then I did YouTube solo for a while as someone else, and that didn't go anywhere. And now I'm doing Twitch as Visit, and doing considerably better. Oh my god, you guys have no idea how much better I'm doing as Visit being a streamer. But that is a totally different thing. I think I'm more built for streaming than I am for YouTube. So, mostly because, again, I can't stop talking a lot of the times. So, oh, how do I want to do this? I debated doing her differently on the shield. I don't know if I want to stick with that, because I debated doing the light vertically instead of horizontally. Don't even get me started on classic WoW, man. Dungeons and raids can be fun or downright brutal. Another game. Not a fan right now. I don't do classic, so I have to fish and woke up one to be what? I have 2 fish and I woke up for one to be a skeleton. Oh, that's horrible. Just do it. Necron, that's not helpful. Because here, let me show you what I mean. So I was thinking of doing, like I said, I was thinking of doing the shield reflection line vertically across the squid face thing, whereas on the other two I did it horizontally, where I did it across like that. I was thinking about doing it perpendicular to that on this one. So my other is alive. Well, that's good. So yeah, I haven't decided how I want to do the shield yet. Rain wants to get an aquarium. And she wants to get those skeletal catfish. The like transparent ones where you can see their insides. She's wanting to get those, and they're really cool looking. But I want to get the glowfish because they're very attractive to my eyes, because unlike a lot of people, I can see ultraviolet. So the glowfish are really fucking cool to me. Yeah, just don't mess up with at all. That would be perfect. God damn it, Boost. I would still do the other way. You're thinking the other way? Get both. See, that's the thing, is the skellyfish aren't UV reactive, whereas the glowfish are. And if you're doing the light for the glowfish, you can't really see the skellyfish. And I don't want to get 2 aquariums, because that's a lot of fucking weight. Like, that's a lot of thing. That's something that a lot of people don't think of whenever you're talking about aquariums. Is one, I'm not on the first floor of my apartment. I'm the second and third floor. So we have to worry about the weight of the water, and that is really fucking heavy. And so 2 aquariums is a bad idea. Most likely what'll end up happening is we may get an aquarium and put it into Rain's office, where she can sit there and enjoy her little skellyfish. Because they are cool looking. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they're really fucking cool looking. I don't remember what they're called, but they're a special kind of catfish that they're only like this big. Yeah, if each square is an inch, yeah, they're about that big. Yeah, but whenever you put water and fish in them, they are heavy. They are very heavy. And you have to worry about the weight that you're putting onto the building. Like, that's something that a lot of people don't think about whenever they have basements and they put in islands in their kitchen. Is if you put like a wine fridge and a dishwasher and all that kind of stuff into the island, and you don't reinforce the ground reinforce the floor underneath it, it can fall through, and you don't want that. I cannot reinforce an apartment's floor, so if we were to get an aquarium, We have to consider where we put it, how heavy it's going to be, all that kind of stuff. So it is a concern. Because those things can get really heavy very quickly whenever you start filling them up with water. I'm going to try the vertical. I'm going to try the vertical, which means doing this very specific. I think your apartment would be fine. It probably would be. I'm not gonna deny that one bit. You're right. It probably would be. Another factor is all of that initial setup is expensive. Man, y'all's fucking names. I'm just gonna say Borak because the rest of that's just letters. Borak, thank you for the follow. I don't know how that is supposed to be. Borak is perfect. Okay, yeah, Borak, thank you for the follow, brother. That is much appreciated. Just a reminder to everybody, we are doing the 200 follower thank you stream on October 13th. That is the second Sunday of October. We'll be going for 12 hours, working on Archeon Everchosen. And I'm reminding y'all, every single stream, multiple times a stream, to hopefully get as many of you there as possible, because that is going to be one brutal ass fucking stream. So, thank you for the follow. We're not going to be finishing that model, so everyone's aware. There's no way in hell I'm going to finish that model in one 12-hour session, but we are going to be working on it. So that'll be a lot of fun. There's a hair on my nose. Now I'm thinking about changing my name into something ridiculous. Why would you want to do that? I've been considering changing my name to just Visit, but I don't know how well that's gonna work out. So I'm just leaving it alone for the time being, because y'all all know me with my long ass fucking name, so there's not a lot of reason to change it, but it is confusing for some people that my name is Visit and not the Chronicler. So, yeah. If you're like me, it will take you 3 months or 266 hours. You timed that shit and it came out to 260. God damn. No, it's not. I don't think it's going to take me that long. I mean, I am going to be putting a lot of effort into the mount, obviously. Like a lot more effort goes into the mount than the dude. But no, I don't think it's going to be quite that long. Like, I've been working on these fucking Stormcast for, I don't know, a little over a month now in total. And they will be mostly complete. Well, I say mostly complete. The competition pieces are going to be mostly complete in a little less than 3 weeks. And then I'm not touching these motherfuckers again for a while. Because, goddamn, fucking non-metallic Stormcast was a fucking dumb idea. I should have never agreed to this shit. I did, but I shouldn't have. And I did agree to it, which is why I'm continuing on with it. God damn, did I make a mistake. But y'all know that. Y'all have been here. Even though I haven't finished a single one of these like on stream, they've almost always been finished off stream. Y'all have been here for the torment that these have caused me. But we will get past this. We will get past this, and we'll be able to work on new stuff. Like I said, Archeon is going to be a lot of fun. I hope. I haven't got him built yet. I need to get him built. He's sitting over on his shelf right now. I need to get started on that. But I probably honestly won't get started building him until October. Like the beginning of October is probably whenever I'll get started building him. We've also got all of our Halloween models that I need to get finished up. I've been printing them. I've been printing Halloween models. Those of you who were not here for me saying that earlier. Hey, it looks at. Hey, Vera, check it out. I've got a bot that looks at that for me. Yeah, so we've got the ad coming here in a minute, so we'll go on break here in a little while. Yeah, I've got a bot that tells me whenever the ad is supposed to be coming in, so that's good to know now. That I'm really glad that he works. I need to get a bot account created for him to comment on. I've got other stuff that bot needs to do, but that's later. No, it's cool, man. I appreciate you looking out for me. I do. I really appreciate you looking out for me. You know what? We'll go a little long. We'll go a little longer than I was thinking. I was thinking about internet 3 hours. We're right at 3 hours. That's what that means. Oh, we're a little over 3 hours. We'll go for a little while longer. I'm enjoying myself right now. I will probably continue the armor off stream. Are we in ad territory? Yeah. Starting soon. I'm gonna go on break. We'll be back in a minute, guys. Okay, that should be the end of the ads. Yeah, sorry everybody. Yeah, 3 minutes of ads, 3 minutes every hour. I try to do it 3 minutes for 3 minutes an hour. It gives us an excuse to take a small break, and it kind of gives the most for us to be able to hit a certain threshold with what the fuck is that, Twitch? It gives us a chance to hit a certain threshold with Twitch. It gives me a decent cut of the ad rev. I tried to reduce it to 1.5 minutes, but Twitch tried to change my scheduling of the ads to being like every few minutes. That you would get like a 15-second ad every few minutes if I dropped it down that low.
Quick, Rory, drink me Estus flask.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, but it's gonna taste awful because I just took a drink of one thing and all I've got is water now. Yeah, that tasted awful. I realized I have 2,500 points of Death Guard. Wow, that's a lot. That's about what I have of Black Legion. I think I'm only sitting at about 1,500 for Death Guard. Oh, jeez. Oh, that tasted so bad. Oh. I haven't gotten an ad. Is it because someone paid for my sub? Yeah, someone gifted you a sub, Necron. I don't remember who it was. She was only here for like 30 minutes, and she gifted you a sub, so that gives you, that bypasses the ad for you. But anyone who's not subbed still sees ads. Yeah, if you're a sub, you don't get it. Yeah, exactly. You have if you do a sub, whether it's Prime or gifted or you pay for it yourself, you don't get ads. But if you're not subbed, you get ads. And I do apologize for that. But you know, Twitch doesn't let me not load ads, so if I schedule the ads, y'all don't get them randomly, and then have to you don't get them randomly, and if you're not getting them randomly, I can take breaks when the ads are gonna run, so nobody misses any content. Because I don't like to be like sitting here in a conversation with you and then suddenly you get blasted with an ad. That happens to y'all all the time. So I have them scheduled out to go off every hour for 3 minutes. And I thought that was the best compromise that Twitch would be happy and it would give you all the best opportunity of being able to see all of the stream or being able to talk with me the most. Because let's face it, if I wasn't sitting here talking, y'all would not want to be here watching me just sit here and paint. I mean, some of you might have. You know, I'm not gonna say you wouldn't, but less of you would want to be. Oh God, that hurt. Only 1,500 of them were put together and primed, and then I have about half of it fully painted. You know what I'm realizing? I probably have more points in Death Guard than I realized, because like I did the combat patrol. Like Boost has. I did the combat patrol. And then I also did, I think it was the 2022 Christmas box. It might be the 2021 Christmas box. I can't remember. It was not the one that did not have Mortarion in it. It had the Plague Burst Crawler instead of Mortarion. I did that, and then I've also done a... No, I can't say that because I destroyed one of them. Yeah, so I did that. That's what I've done. I don't think I've done any individual kits. I think yeah, I've not done any individual kits. So I did one army box, and I've done one combat patrol. I intend on doing more. And I've done some of the heroes, some of the blind box heroes. I've done a few of those. I really like the little blind box heroes. Easy 1,400. Okay. Like I said, I don't really know how the points work. So, yeah. No, I've really enjoyed doing Death Guard. I've changed up my formula for their armor several times. And then I still have a few of the heroes that I need to do. Just because I haven't gotten to them yet. I think that's all I've got left of Death Guard that's not painted. But I'd like to do a Typhus. I really want to do another Typhus. I did that one out of the Combat Patrol. I don't like how he turned out. I want to do it again, but I don't want to repaint the one that I've got. I want to maintain that in the condition it's in, so I can see the difference between them, if that makes sense. Like, that's why I have two melodies, because I like being able to see the difference in my ability as I've evolved. Yeah, that's why, like I said, that's why I've got two melodies. And why I keep both of them on my desk. Because it definitely helps me to understand that, yes, I have been progressing. I am a much better painter than I used to be. I need to actually do another Abaddon. I don't like the Abaddon that I've done. I did him probably 3 years ago. I don't like how he turned out. So I do intend on doing another Abaddon. And I'll do him with the cape this time. Like the last time that I did Abaddon, I did it without the cape. Because at that time, capes were very intimidating to me. Now, I just find them annoying. And unnecessary. But that's my opinion, and there's no way of getting away from capes. Just like there's no way to get away from fucking purity seals for some fucking reason. Sorry, I really don't like purity seals. I find them very unnecessary. But, you know, GW insists on giving all of their Space Marines / all of their Stormcasts need to have purity seals for some reason, because that makes them better. But I fucking hate purity seals. I'm sure I'm the only person that has this much of a problem with seals. I don't know, but I can't stand the fucking. Okay, if you would kindly, thank you. Well, like they're pointless, you know? Like, purity seals are just pointless. All they are an excuse to. They add an extra little detail that's not really needed. Freehand the little text with a microscope or something. You want to? No, here, Boosted. You haven't. I guess you haven't seen my Lord Viritant. There you go. There's no need for this much fucking paper on top of a shield. Like, no reason for that whatsoever. And no microscope, nothing like that, not a pen. I did that with a brush. I freehanded all of that on with a brush. The little glyphs were kind of a pain in the ass, but they're all like official bullshit that goes along with all of the Stormcast shit. These are a lot of the runes that are actually on their sword. Like, but it's dumb. It's so dumb that these are a thing that you have to deal with on these fucking models. But there they are. So, there's my Lord Viritant. Looks great. Great looking model. Unnecessary paper. Paper blocks damage. No, it doesn't. Love the flames. The flames are okay. The flame. Anybody who has trouble with flames, let me tell you. Let me tell you how incredibly easy flames are. So flames, you start with, which one did I start with? This one? Start with a warm yellow. Okay. Or rather, actually, no, you probably need to start with a white, honestly. You do a white for your base, but then you do the warm yellow over all of that, so it's warm yellow. So it's warm yellow. And then over that, which one is it? It is, you dry brush fluorescent orange. Over the fluorescent orange, you dry brush on orange red. And then if you want the soot, you do a black. You don't need the soot, but I did it because that's how the box art is done. But that's it. You just dry brush on orange over yellow and then red over that, and just lowering the quantities that you do it in. And flames. They're super fucking easy. It's just 90% dry brushing to get the actual effect of it. Like I said, the soot is just taking a black and doing that very minorly over just the tips. And that's some easy fire for you. And you know, y'all think it looks good. I think it looks good. So that's what I do. I need to refresh the palette, which I apparently need to clean this bottle. I really need to clean this bottle, and I'm not super thrilled that I'm just now discovering this. I don't know if y'all can see like how green that is underneath on the bottom of it though. That's inside the bottle. So I have to go in and I need to clean that. I don't know if that's paint or if that's growth. It could honestly go either way. So I need to clean that. I need to clean my palette because that's the water that I use on my palette. My palette at least has an anti-growth copper inside of it to help prevent anything from growing inside the palette. But if it's already there, so yeah. Anywho, I'm not gonna lie. Even though this is a fully synthetic brush, it's maintaining a fairly sharp tip pretty well. And even though it is hooking, it's still doing better than those fucking Beast brushes were. And this is just a regular old off-the-shelf from like Michael's brush. But it's doing the job quite well, even though, like I said, it is 100% a synthetic. It is, I don't know if you can see how it's hooking. You really can't because it's so small. But it's doing better than those Beast brushes were. And they're supposedly all natural. They're not. There's no fucking way that those are naturals. But it's doing a hell of a lot better than those I ever thought about. So if y'all ever run into Beast brush, I do not recommend them. I murdered 2 of my brushes. Yeah, well, I've murdered a lot of brushes. I need to buy some new naturals because I've done some really bad damage to the ones that I have. The only problem is the naturals that I like are from Monument, and Monument has a really hard time keeping their brushes in stock. The ones that I really like are Da Vinci's, but they are a series that is not widely sold. Even though they are like designed for miniature painting. The Series 76, the Maestro Series 76 brushes from Da Vinci are my absolute favorites that I've ever worked with. But they're hard to get a hold of. They're expensive as all fuck, which I don't like. Like, I think it's like $60 for like 3 brushes. So very, very expensive. But they're fantastic brushes. The only problem is like the one that I've got, the tip is ruined on it. And I think that's a me problem. I don't think that's a brush problem. I think I don't know how to properly take care of brushes. So I just have 4 facts of cheap brushes, cheap-ish brushes. Yeah, that's one way of going about things. It always depends on kind of what your goals are, though. I mean, obviously, I have more of an art focus with my paint jobs than like a game focus. So I take a little bit higher care in the particular materials that I use to paint. Like, yes, I have my dry brushes are all Army Painter, and I love them. I love those brushes. Those are great. They're the puffy ones that Army Painter puts out, not the like flathead ones, but these with the puffy end. These are the dry brushes that I got. Like I said, these are Army Painters. These are great. These are great, wonderful brushes. Like, if the brush is good and it's cheap, that's excellent. I also use this one from Citadel. That's a dry brush. It works occasionally for things that I need it to do. It's very seldom that I need this one, but it does have its purpose, and I do use it when I need it. But like this brush, like I said, I think I got it from Michaels. It's a full synthetic. Even though they tried to make it look like a natural, it's a full synthetic. It's a great brush, and it was like $4. So this is a really nice synthetic. Finding a good synthetic is really hard. But I really like this one. I've gone through a whole bunch of different kinds of synthetics. Paint to play is my goal at the moment. See, yeah, if paint to play is your goal, usually the higher end brushes are not what you need. But if you're painting for art, like you see oftentimes here on Twitch, you're gonna see people wanting to use higher quality brushes. Like I said, I picked up the Beast brushes from Creature Caster. I don't think they sell them on their website. I got it from their booth at ReaperCon. Very disappointed with them. Very, very, very quickly disappointed with them, especially for the fucking price. So far, the cuttlefish colors that they sell, I've not had a problem with those, but I haven't used very many. I've really only used the white. So, but those have been nice. They're very thin. They're incredibly thin directly out of the fucking bottle. It can be a little difficult to work with if you're not expecting that. But they're almost, it's almost basically water, and they've got some serious opacity to them for how thin they are. It's quite amazing. But so I haven't had too many issues with their paints, but they were selling Beast brushes at their booth at ReaperCon. I'm extremely disappointed with those. They say that they're all naturals. They're not. They are synthetics. At the very least, they are synthetic core with a natural surround. That's a very rare thing that most people are not going to be used to seeing. So they're trying to pull that, best of both worlds bullshit, but the problem that you run into with synthetics is always the tips hooking. There's no way the synthetics are not going to end up having a hooking experience at some point in time, just because of the nature of the material they're made with. That it's actually breaking. Like, literally, the reason that they hook like that is because they break. Just because the bristle, yeah, that's really all it is. I need to learn better technique and brush care for spending money on what I hate. They hook. If you don't want hooking, you have to go with natural. All synthetics are gonna hook at some point in time. Some will take longer than others. Like this one's hooking a little, but not too bad. And I can actually make use of the hook on this one, because it still comes to a nice fine point there. But any synthetic is going to hook at some point in time, like I said, because the bristles are physically breaking, because the nylon can't can't stand up to what you're doing, because typically a synthetic is a nylon. Okay, that's typically what the bristles are made of, is nylon, which is just another type of plastic. And because of that, they end up breaking. But if you get something with a natural hair, that's going to be your Kolinsky sable usually. Whenever you're talking about miniature painting brushes, it's usually Kolinsky sable. You may find cashmere sable, which is I have not gotten a chance to use. You can also get wolf hair. Apparently, that is a new one that people are using. Wolf hair does not have as fine a tip, but you don't get the hooking problem out of them. Those are gonna be the ones that you're not gonna see a hooking issue out of the tip. So, but they do cost more, and that's the biggest issue is they do cost more. So, but no matter what your technique is, a synthetic will always hook at some point. It may take longer than on some, depending on how well you take care of it, how much you use it. But no matter what, they're gonna hook at some point in time, because that's honestly something that just ends up happening with them. Yeah. All right, when it comes to the chemistry and the physics of this kind of shit, I have a pretty good idea what's going on. When it comes to technique, I really suffer. But whenever you get into the physics and the chemistry, I have a pretty good idea of how these things are working out. I'm not sure if you're aware, but like most white paints are very thick and very hard to use. If you've been a frequent viewer of my stream, you've heard this before. But white paint is typically pigmented using titanium oxide, which is toxic, by the way, just so you're aware. Titanium oxide is toxic. It's also, because it's titanium, very hard to grind down into a very fine pigment. And because of that, when you're mixing it with the medium and whatnot, it becomes very thick. That is one of the reasons why brighter colors have that thickness, is because the titanium is what they're using for their pigment. Zinc oxide, which is a little toxic, but not as toxic, is considerably easier to break down. So paints that are done with zinc, while not as bright in their vibrance of white, are a lot easier to work with. So, and that's one thing that Cuttlefish does. They use zinc instead of titanium for theirs. And I believe that Army Painter is moving over to using zinc primarily with a titanium filler. So you're getting that vibrance, but you're getting a little bit more of the fluidity. Them and who is it? And Monument. They're both using a zinc base with a titanium filler. So that's why theirs are not as thick. But Citadel uses just titanium, which is why White Scar is such a shitty paint. I didn't do the face. Sorry, I was inspecting the model to see if I was ready to move on to the next color or not. Oh, that was too much, but we'll work with it. Oh, that was even worse. Okay, cool. I have to go back a little bit, because that got away from me a little bit there. Okay, not happy about this. Let's just undo it entirely. And okay, let's grab a dry brush. See if we can wick up some of that moisture. There we go. Yeah, that fixed it. Okay. That brush. Okay. Much better. All right. Yeah, I can work with that. What all do I need? Add some pigment too. I think I'm good. Oh, no, the little symbol on the casket. I apparently missed this. I say casket. I don't know what this is supposed to be. But it feels like it's supposed to be a casket of some sort to hold some kind of remains, but I'm not positive about that. Okay, on the next layer I need to separate that highlight. Honestly, I need to do a little bit of repair work on that. Let's see if we can round this out a little bit. That's not right. That's terrible. Why is that that way? Why is that so wet? Alright. That. More curve in there. I'm trying, much as I hate to admit this, I'm trying to emphasize a little bit more that this is a female warrior rather than a male, because it does have, like, you can tell by like the chest armor that's a woman, that's a man. The women's have honestly more intelligent armor than the men do, because it's one flat plane rather than the separation there in the middle, because that separation makes it easier to kill them. Because a weapon can get caught in there and then they can just apply pressure and push through the armor. Whereas the women's armor being a flat plane is better for deflection. But they still... I'm still trying to put almost a faux cleavage into the armor, as far as like the reflections go. I don't think it's gonna work the way I want it to, but I'm still gonna try. I need to let that dry. Where are we at? We're at 3:40. Okay, we can go for another 20 minutes. That's not a problem. We can go a full 4 hours. I wasn't planning on going a full 4 today. Actually, I was originally planning to go longer than 4, but we ended up starting late, and yeah. We will try to go longer tomorrow, though. I will try to start early. No promises, but I will try to start tomorrow. I think we're ready to move on to the next color. Do I want to do that, though? Because that's a harder one to work. Well, let's give it a shot. It's definitely a more difficult one to work with. I still have all those Warcraft models that I have not had a chance to work on yet. Really need to work on those. I was wanting to do them on stream. That's why I haven't done them yet. Like I've got Inquisitor Whitemane, Womsamdi, and the Lich King. I want to work on all of them on stream, but because we got so caught up doing the Stormcast, so that we could get them ready for the competition, I ended up having to forego doing those because I wanted to do that for the release of the new expansion. But ended up not doing that. Like I said, we got too busy trying to get these competition pieces done. Nope, you go over here. I was about to put that back in the turntable, but that's not where it goes. Bot, why are you like this? Why is the bot? Why you have false reports and fucking everything? Okay. Okay. So I need medium because I have to thin this stuff, otherwise it doesn't work at all. So for those of you who are curious, because it's been asked before, and I don't mind sharing my recipe. When I'm doing the non-metallic gold, I start with a dark green brown. That is my base tone for it. Then what the hell is happening back there? Oh, that makes sense. I start with dark green brown. Then I move into dark orange brown. Then into orange brown. Use a lot of browns, obviously. And then I use yellow ochre. From yellow ochre going into bright yellow ochre, and then finally into bright pale yellow. Most of those colors are available in the Pro Acryl series, Signature Series 5, the Flameon set. Everything except for the yellow ochre. The yellow ochre is its own separate thing. And the yellow ochre, because it's its own separate thing, is a different consistency from all the Flameon colors. It's much thicker. So I have to mix it with some medium in order to thin it down the way to make it usable. Hey, you didn't steal my recipe. I gave it out freely. Just so you know, non-metallic metal or non-metallic gold is so much easier than non-metallic steel. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Non-metallic gold is infinitely easier than non-metallic steel is. Especially if you use that particular recipe. So, feel free to use that. I mostly gave that away because I saw that Jace is in the chat. And Jace, I know, does nothing but non-metallic. Or at least that's what he was saying yesterday whenever I was hanging out in his stream. So that is what I use to do my gold. And if anybody ever asks, I have no problem revealing what that recipe is. It's a really good one, but you do have to thin down the yellow ochre to be more compliant, because otherwise it does not want to go down smoothly. And yeah. Now, as far as my steel recipe goes, I don't have a perfect recipe for that. That is awful. Hey, Pats. You always come pretty late into the stream. I'm not ending right now or anything. I'm just saying, I'm just stating a fact. You always usually come in pretty late. But welcome! Welcome in. Still working on Stormcast, as you can see. Will be the rest of the month. At least until the 27th. After that, I may move on to something else. I probably will, because I'm already tired of these goddamn things. But I believe either on Friday or Saturday of next week, I will be working on a bomb squig. I promised Rain that I would paint her a bomb squig. She has a very particular one she wanted me to paint. So yeah, work keeps me late. Yeah, well, that happens. Yeah, so next, it's like I said, it'll be Friday or Saturday. I'll be working on a bomb squig for Rain. I need to get that model primed. It's already printed and ready to go, but I need to get it primed. So we will have a little bit of a change of pace next week. But for the most part, it will be Stormcast. As much as I'm really tired of Stormcast. I do need to get a poll posted in the Discord. For those of you who are members, I will be posting a poll. I meant to do it yesterday or Wednesday, honestly, but I didn't. But I need to get a poll posted to see what large model y'all would like to see me work on. because I'm going to be I'm currently in the process of printing up my models that I plan on working on in October. Mostly Halloween models, but I need to see what model y'all would prefer as far as these two large ones that Rain and I cannot decide between. I'm pretty sure I know which one y'all are gonna pick. Titan Warlord, not happening. I don't mean that large. I'm like, we're not talking vehicle large. No, you'll probably never see me work on a Titan, on a Warlord Titan, unless it's the Imperialis scale. I might work on an Imperialis scale. I've also considered painting the head of a Warlord Titan, because I have a printable version. I actually have a couple of printable versions. I have a Chaos Corrupted version as well as a standard Warlord head that I have considered printing up and painting. So that might be a thing that I do at some point in time. But no, that's not what I mean. This is just a more of a centerpiece model kind of deal. I've got one that is that's a Tomb King's model, or it's an analogous for a Tomb King's model. That we've been deciding between that, and we have another from White Werewolf Tavern. That's a really cool one that I'm pretty sure y'all will prefer. But I never know, which is why I need to make an actual poll for the shit. So for those of you who are members of the Discord, I'm gonna try to get that done tonight. Actually, Vera, if you're still here, can you build me a channel to use as a place to host a vote that doesn't allow people to make comments in, but does allow them to react in a poll? I don't know if that's easy to do. I don't know if you're here still, because I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't. But that's essentially what I want to do. I'm gonna make a channel that y'all can vote in a poll, but you can't necessarily say anything, because I don't want things to disappear. I don't want the actual images to go missing. So that is the timer. So we've got what, another 10 minutes ish. But yeah, that's what. And then y'all, like I said, I'm gonna leave that open for. I'm gonna leave that vote open for a week for y'all to go through and get to whenever you want. And then whenever the vote is done, I will print out whichever of the two that y'all end up deciding, so that we can do that next month. I think will be a lot of fun. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I know which one y'all are going to go for, personally. But y'all have surprised me many a times as to your feelings about things, so I could be entirely wrong. Because frankly, there was one day that I was expecting y'all to vote for a gaming stream that y'all ended up voting for me to paint on. I don't remember when that was, but that was a while back. It's not too bad. It's usually about this stage of the paint jobs where I start liking how this is turning out a little bit more. The first 3 layers look really bad. As far as like going through the orange browns, all of the brown stages really, I'm not really a fan of, but usually when we start adding in the yellows is where it all really starts coming together. So but the browns are definitely necessary to make it work. If you don't use the browns, it doesn't look like gold. It just looks fucking weird. At least when I do. Other people have used systems that are a little bit more yellow heavy than what I use. But I feel that I have a very contrasty yellow or a very contrasty gold that I, whenever I paint non-metallic. And you know, it turns out okay. It could be better. It could be a lot better. But I'm also very inexperienced at doing non-metallic. My Stormcast here are my first foray into working on non-metallic metal. So all of the models that I've ever done that are non-metallic have been my Stormcast models. And I've not done very many of them. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is my 10th one. I've never done anything else in a non-metallic look, which honestly is probably a hindrance on my part, if we're being totally honest. I've probably actually made things harder on myself as far as learning how to properly do non-metallic metal, because I've only done Stormcast. And so I probably don't really know how to do the curves of other things that well that aren't Stormcast. But I also approach non-metallic differently than a lot of people do. Like a lot of people do like a lot of back and forth between their bright colors and their dark colors. I do purely dark to light. It works out for me. It does look kind of jank for most of the process. It really only comes together when we get into the bright pale yellow. That's when things really take off, which is the last step. But that's where it all comes together, is whenever I get into that particular color. Before that, it just starts looking kind of like molten. Whenever you use that one, that's when it starts to look like gold. Very strange. Very strange how it works out. I did not use this. Right, I'm just backing up one stage. Work on that forearm. Because I apparently didn't do it last, whenever I was working on them before. So, I had to give that a little bit. I should probably do a little bit here, but honestly, it doesn't need a whole lot. That arm is very much shadowed by the shield. Did not do the edge of the shield. Seeing that now. Go in and do that. Let's go ahead. Start. May have been a little far. The one even further down there. Which this is that back and forth that a lot of people do that I usually don't, but I'm actually just getting rid of some of this. Because I fucked up. Literally because I just went too far. That should help. Okay, back to doing the yellow. Where are we at? Oh, we're within 20 seconds. So, in an attempt to not have to worry about that final ad break, I'm gonna go ahead and call the stream there, guys. Like, we're right at 4 hours. So I don't want y'all to have to worry about another ad, which is 10 minutes away. So let's see where to send y'all. I saw a whole bunch of people going live a few minutes ago. So we've most likely got lots and lots of choices. In fact, I think I saw Andy go live earlier. I know I saw Wicked Minis go live just a few minutes ago. I don't know if anybody has any requests on where they would like for me to send you, but I am open to requests always. Spark Minis is live, but she's up for 7.5 hours, so not gonna trust that one. Jace up for 12 hours, but you're doing fucking the fuck is that? Fall Guys. Yeah, we're not going there. I don't know what that is, so we're not going there. Let's see, what do we got? Wicked Minis. Wicked Minis is doing something. Can't tell what Chez is doing. Anybody have any requests? No requests so far? No problem. Wicked Minis might be the way to go. Ruan is up for an hour and a half. I don't know who you are. Never seen you before. You've got 2 viewers. Do you want to tell me any information that I would like to know about this person? No. No information that you want to tell me about them? English LGBT Warhammer painting? I mean, yeah, that seems like a place to go. No one's arguing. So let's go there. We're gonna go to Runon? Don't really know how to say that name. Anyways, okay. So yeah. We're gonna continue working. I'm gonna probably try to finish the armor tonight off stream after I eat and probably take another nap. And then I'm gonna probably try to finish the armor, and I'll probably try to finish the wings tomorrow before we go live, so that y'all can see some of the other stuff that I've not shown y'all when I've been painting. The wings took so long though, so we'll probably be working on wings tomorrow if I'm totally honest. But I've not shown y'all some of the stuff on there. But we're gonna go to Runyon. Once again, we've got the 12-hour thank you stream coming up on October 13th. I'm gonna keep repeating that until it's here, because I want to see as many of y'all there as I can. We're working towards 500 followers now to do another 12-hour stream for Kairos Fate Weaver, and we're working towards 25 subs. If we can reach 25 subs, we're gonna do a 12-hour working on Dexessa, which is a keeper of secrets from the Slaneshi side of things. So that's everything we're working on. It's gonna send y'all over there any second now. So I really appreciate everyone that was here. Thank you everybody for the new follows. Those of you who have joined the Discord, welcome. I'm gonna send y'all over now. Y'all have a good evening.
Now, to be fair, you can smooth out casting after the fact, but it's another manufacturing step where CNC, as long as you're willing to pony up the money for the tooling,